Alright, hello everyone. Hopefully mic's working. It looks like it is. Welcome in to some more TTL. We're gonna cast, we got up to 4 gold sets to cast today. And we might have a co-cast with Stark at some point if he's around. See, Miguel and Dogao also individually play their sets today, so it might be nice to bring Stark on for those. But I figure, doesn't look like he's around now, so I'll start with Capoch Z40. Maybe he'll show up later. So these are all Recs. They've been played between last night and today. And I have up to 4 gold sets. We'll see what my stamina is for casting. And I think I'll just give it a minute. Wait for Twitch to autoplay the ads it likes to do at the start of the stream. And then we'll get started, give people a moment to show up. I think all the platinum sets for today just finished. So I don't know how much of platinum I'm going to cast. But I will be casting as much as I can from gold and silver. Sometimes they're scheduled, especially on the weekends, at the same time as platinum, so I'll cast the Recs after platinum so that we don't have to coincide and miss stuff. I think everything I have is in Gold League today to cast. And will Discord update? Ooh, Discord. Don't be down, Discord. I'm trying to make a post that I'm live. So our first set will be Capoch and Z40. Since they were played already today, Wikipedia has been updated, so I won't show the standings. I should probably keep my own standings. That would be an idea for the future, independent of Wikipedia, so that I can show them. Alright, so let's see. Twitch, is Twitch playing the ad? There we go. Daboose, hello Daboose. How you doing? Sending you a heart. Sending you a heart. Yeah, once the ad's done, we'll get started. Also on YouTube, hello everyone. I've been doing a better job of putting timestamps in the descriptions at the end of all the YouTube videos. I still have a bit more to do. I need to actually make a proper thumbnail for TTL, but that's on the to-do list. You're doing alright? Well, oh, glad to hear you had today off of work. Thanks for spending your day off, enjoying the T-West stream. Yeah, without work, you can move the stream from the second monitor to the first monitor, right? Alright, let me finish my coffee. The tea hero we need. Just don't include me in ranked. And where you won't get the Ornlu? What is the Ornlu treatment? Whoa, wait, Dabooz. What is the Ornlu treatment you're speaking of? Anyway, are we ready to start the game? I think we're ready to start the game. Let's go. We will have Capoch here playing as the blue Wu to the west, and Z40 as the red Georgians to the east. Let me know. Hopefully the overlay is all okay. High tides. Good. That's Algernon I have there as the author. Yeah, I can't read my overlay when it's on my second monitor. The preview in OBS is too small. My eyes are too old. Anyway, it'll be Z40 and Capoch. Both these players the same group as Doubt, Sorokuma, Fire, and I'm completely blanking on who the sixth player is. And I don't want to go check Wikipedia because then I'll spoil the results of the set. Who was it? I've casted so much, I'm forgetting who's in which group. It's all on the top of my head because I casted Fire against them the other day. I'm blanking on it. Anyway, we will have the deer being pushed in here from... Oh, Sobek, yes, from Sobek. And I'll have Sobek Z40 as a set of Rex too, after this one. So I have the scout being pushing the deer from Capoch, and goat scouting for the dock location. Kind of risky to scout that far north with the dock. I mean, with the goat, in case the enemy scout is trying to steal it. That's what I do. I'd watch my opponent's Rex, and if every time I see them play high tide, they go to scout for the dock location with the goat, my scout would be out there taking the goat. Unless, of course, you need the scout for a super fast uptime with the deer. But I think the rhino food lasts long enough. You could probably do something with sending the scout forward, then bring it back to push. But then again, you also want it there for the dock. So decisions of what to do in the Dark Age with the scout. I like it when maps force you to make decisions with a scout, so you have trade-offs. Hello, Red Cliffy, how you doing? What's today? Today's Friday, right? Hope you're having a great Friday. That's what happens when you're a streamer. Sometimes you lose track of the days. And hello, Cloud9. How are you doing? It's Friday. Depending on your time zone, I guess it's Saturday for some people. And Z40 will do this forward dock. Up at the north. And oh, trust me, because I do know that it's time to party in the back seat. I'm kind of confused though. Which seat should I take? Should I take the front seat, or should I take the back seat? When the seats are already filled and there's only one available, such a hard question. And Plumpulp, thank you for the follow. No work for 2 days now. For streamers now is more work. Yeah, and now at the weekend is more work for streamers. We have more viewers. For a streamer, you're on the opposite schedule of everyone else. It's like what we wish doctors worked on, right? It's like you gotta... normally you have like your 9 to 5, and then you try to make appointments, but then you gotta take off work to go to your appointment. And you'd love to be able not to have to do that. So, oh, here we go, Capoch, walling in Z40's villager. Hopefully that's not open for his sake. Party in the backseat, probably get shoved in the glove box. Now, the registration and insurance card live in the glove box. Recorded games, yep, Tux will have recorded games. These were played either last night or during the Platinum sets today, so I figured I'd cast the Rex now. So that we didn't interfere with Platinum. As I figure, everyone casts Platinum. We have T90, Dave, Memb, sometimes even H90 official, all casting Platinum. So I figured it'd be better just to do it afterwards. Oh, and T90, thank you very much for the raid. rbase arrived before you did. And hello, Hackerman Lex. So thank you for the raid. We have, I think, up to 4 sets of gold to cast today. We have Capoch Z40, Sobek Z40, dogao KingstoNe, and Miguel Wide. There's a chance also Stark joins us to co-cast for one of the later sets. He wanted to. I haven't seen him around yet, though. You're just a small little raid. Y'all didn't catch up to rbase. You let rbase beat you here. So here Capoch will free the trapped villager from Z40 from his palisade enclosure. And try also to free the Vil from Capoch. Or the scout from Z40 will destroy Capoch's palisades. I'm going to set that backwards. So welcome in everyone. We have here Gold League. This is the same group as Doubt and Sorokuma, who are probably looking to be the top 2 players in the group. Doubt still hasn't lost a game, but he also has only played 2 sets. He'll have 2 sets this weekend. One tomorrow and one on Sunday. And there is Z40 heading up to the feudal age with the Georgians, adding in the barracks. Georgians and Wu, 2 saves we see pretty often on hybrid maps. Praised out, you're here for Gold League in the Big 26? The Big 26? Is that a meme I don't get? Yeah, everyone, spam your T90 emotes. The ram, the treadmill at the edge of the map. I'll keep an eye out for treadmills at the edge of the map. 3 militia on their way forward from Capoch. We'll have men-at-arms and double-bit axe. And Gigify an emote by Super Cat Thief. Oh, look at that zebra on the edge of the map. we had that small map, I think, where we had... Oh, everyone Gigifying the T90 emotes. We had that small map where we had 2 zebras on top of each other trying to run off the edge of the map. That T90 ram. Oh, I never realized his face changes in the emote. And hello, Swivel Hips. Happy gaming, everyone. Well, thanks for stopping by to swivel your hips, even if you have to go. So, small walls from Z40 as we'll have Capoch trying to go fires on the water, but Z40 getting a couple of fire galleys out first. Capoch, though, dealing with men-at-arm raids, trying to attack the gold, see if he can get the mule cart to run out of the way. It does actually cost a bit of food, I realize that. Tiny bit of food to repair the mule cart. You can see that trickling down from Z40. And thank you, Wacky Bacchus and Kanaga TV for the follows. Hi, I'm new. I saw that T90 sells on his merch store, hi, I'm new, like, baby outfits. I don't know if you want your baby to be a T90 fan right from the start, but that was pretty cute. He's not oh, that's true. He should have made adult onesies saying, hi, I'm new. Missed out on a market there. So Archer forward for Z40 will fend off the men-at-arms. And not before, though, that Z40 has to run away from the gold. And that's now 3 to 2 fire galleys, but double dock production from Capoch, he's got 2 queued. And if Z40 is off of gold, he might struggle to keep the fire galley numbers up. Still 3 fishing ships to 3, and Capoch has killed 1 Vil so far. And the mule cart will try to get back out to the gold mine, but... Ooh, has to quick wall against the men-at-arms, nicely done. And Z40 has to be careful with the archer, as he's trying to micro in 2 places at once, on the water and on the gold against the men-at-arms. Gotta jump back and forth on the minimap to see that fire unceremoniously sink to the bottom of the ocean. And Capoch looks like he's in a good position to run forward. Not enough gold for Z40 to add reinforcements here. So 3 fishing ships should go down for him. Need onesies that say my elo is higher than yours since everyone is born with 1,000. I have 1,001 elo. And there will be a 1-tile gap at the edge of the map, so even if this were quick-walled, Capoch still would escape. And the archers will shoot over the wood line to hit Vils. Mule cart will have to run back and forth a bit. And there will be a mill out on the front for Z40 as a tower goes up for him too. How do we not have a Depends onesie? Should we get a onesie for all the emotes? "1,000 tiny geese." That sounds like one of T90's nightmares. And it also sounds like the problem that a Florida man would have.
Get you arse.
The Ville's chopping wood on the wood line down there. And some archers by the tower will be fended off. They'll have to run away. This is looking rough for Z40 behind on land and on water. That it is. So, oh, look at all the vills he has on berries. 20 vills on berries. And when you invest so much into water, you lose the fish. You lose your food eco, and you need farms to sustain it. But if you don't have the farming eco at the time, then all of a sudden you're starting to idle your TC, maybe. And he's getting close to that point. 10 seconds of idle time as he starts to add in farms, but he won't have horse collar. And all the land pressure combined with Capoch, he had a smooth build order with the woo. And that's why I feel Georgians aren't really one of the top tier water civs. Or not, maybe not up at the same category as the woo are. As the spear goes down. More of a, I think, like a mid-tier water pick than one of the top tier ones. But there are enough top-tier civs between Wu, Japanese, Lithuanians, maybe even Byzantines on this map. Even Mongols on this map with the Hunt. Feels kind of maybe a bit weird to use Georgians here. We'll take a look at his draft after the game, see if he maybe could have had other options. Will do all the quests. So, Castle Age here for Capoch. Barracks, double barracks. Oh, triple barracks, so John's swordsman. As he does the armor. And it'll be a good swordsman rush for him. Berries will probably be taken by the time the swordsmen pop out, so maybe Z40 can run to the back of his base, enjoy the gold mines that are back there, maybe get some stone walls to defend himself. This will be just a palisade he'll need to reinforce in the south, and he has finished his berries. And this might also be GG when Capoch hits the Castle Age, because it doesn't look like Z40 has the food to click up. And he only has 6 farmers, having already done a tower, won't just be able to sell stone and go up. And those men-at-arms break through the house rather quickly. Arson just finishes, and the Ville was not there to wall in time. Z40 forced away from the wall, as the Ville takes some men-at-arms hits. Hip Capoch makes it to Platinum. I think that's going to be very hard for him in the same group as Doubt and Sorokuma. Feels like he's probably the 3rd player in the group to me. There he is up to the Castle Age, Z40. Still... Okay, there you go, he's going to call the GG. So that's a nice easy win for Capoch in the first game. Very clean build order on high tides to go fires plus men-at-arms. Felt like Z40 was up slightly faster, but couldn't really take advantage of it. Didn't push Capoch off the water, and then lost both land and sea. So we'll check out stats, and here we'll have a 19-6 KD for Capoch. For economy, it'll be around 2.3k res collected more for him. Even in early feudal, started to take a lead. And just ballooned it to the Castle Age. So GG for him. And quick question. What do you do about the deer that either camp out on the edge or just run around a resource pile? If it's camping on the edge, usually the best thing you can do is let it reset, at least currently in DE. In the past, there were other behaviors for deer, so you could push them away. But it doesn't quite work out these days. Alright, so let me just do a quick ad between the games. And that should be 1-0 lead for Capoch. And that was the Woo over the Georgians. So game 2 will be on Tulo. It'll be Regicide Tulo, the home map of Z40. And just taking a quick look at his draft, the Georgians were his #1 overall pick. Deciding to pick them even over the Woo or Byzantines or even Portuguese for high tides. And interesting that he liked the Georgians so much for that map. They don't strike me as a top tier civ. Is this live? No, these are Rex. They were played at the same time as some of the platinum sets earlier. So I'm going to cast them now so that they get covered. And I'll keep them in the same colors. This is Tulo. Swap the civs. That'll be... Ooh. Z40 has an interesting civ pick for Tulo. Okay. Friday, everyone get hyped. Enjoy Friday. Gotta figure out if we're sitting in the front seat or the back seat, as the boost said earlier. Are there different levels of elusiveness for different deer? No, there are not. They should all behave the same, as far as I'm aware. So right away, Z40 with the Cumans going to dock the middle pond. All right, let's go. This is too low. Regicide start, so players have no gold. And will we see a Vil fight in the middle without Loom? You can't click Loom immediately. And it looks like both players will dock. Yeah, dock with the Cumans. Dock with the Cumans. Who probably want to 2TC Boom, but this is a map where you could get punished for that. Hello, Beba Cakes. How are you doing? Welcome to some TTL. And, oh, Z40's king is threatened. Oh, there, hello. So, Italians for Capoch. Pretty smooth save to play on Regicide, especially with the dock in the middle. Now this, you start walled, but I think it's also a fairly open map. You don't have access to stone until early to mid-castle when you chop through to the outside. So that encourages you to play pretty aggressively sometimes. And there we have the fishing ship for Z40, and he's up to the feudal age. There he goes, right away. Dock plus lumber camp, his dark age buildings. And this will be a quick fish boom for him, while also wanting to add in the TC. Now, like all Regicide maps, if you remember Regicide Fortress back in the day, since you only start with 150 stone, you would have to long distance mine 50 stone before building a second TC. Or before building your 2 additional TCs before building your 3rd TC. But here that's not possible because the stone's already on the outside. 2 TCs is the most you can get. So if you can pull off a smooth 2 TC boom with the Cumans, maybe you're pulling it off faster than Capoch is able to go up with the Italians. Could feudal ram push be a thing on this map? Oh, fishing ship block, fishing ship block. We all know how important fishing ships are for getting the pathfinding fixed. The devs love to pay attention to these when they're controlled by a controller. But, yeah, could feudal ram push be a thing on this map? It could be, honestly. It's just fortified palisades. Imagine that, feudal ram push with maybe men-at-arms archers behind it to try to snipe off the tower. I mean, feudal scouts could also be a thing to try to go for an early king snipe. Capoch has to remember that the king's out there. Looking forward to playing it in the Community Cup. That'll be cool. I bet you got some king snipe strategies planned. So second dock there for Capoch, at least attempted second dock. No loom for these Vils, and a feudal scout for Z40 gets 1 kill on the Vil, but now might lose the scout. No loom for all of these Vils. Capoch tries to run the scout, but doesn't get out. So both players lose their scout. Z40 has to get that Vil back. 3 HP, needs to run in a straight line to the tower. Where is the king? The king is gonna try to block the villager near the tower. And the king should pull this off, gets the block, and the other Vil can now run away. Nice job with the king for Capoch. Risky block. Oh, don't run over the shallows when a demo could pop out. That scares me. That scares me. Don't run over here. But the king will see this. Oh my gosh, don't die to the TC. Z4, wall on the king by the gold, quick wall with gates. Oh, he could have trapped the king. He just could have trapped the king and won the game, Z40. If that were the Viper, that would have been 2 quick gates by the gold and the game would be over. Oh my gosh, Capoch. Capoch. Oh, that was a risk. That stayed in on foot. Loom for Capoch. Loom finally on the way, but we see how much fun this map can be with Vil fights when you don't start with Loom. That's why I love Regicide on these enclosed settings. You like Cumans here. A Zoom King. Not on a horse though. And the blacksmith for Z40. He'll try to wall all the way to the edge of the map. 2 TC booming. Had a nice flat area atop the hill. Has some gold control from that TC. Still does not have loom himself. He'll try to spread his buffaloes out, balancing them between both of the TCs. And it does feel like, as the Italians, Capoch with double docks has won the water quite convincingly. So Z40 was maybe hoping to fish boom and fight for water, but since he wasn't taking gold, wasn't able to pump out the fire galleys. But since Capoch did have to take gold, that is slowing down his food eco a bit. But I guess he can more than make up for that with the 6 Italian fishing ships that are very cheap to produce. And if there's one thing that can help you keep pace with a Kuman 2 TC boom, it's having a nice fish boom. Already it's about a 10 villager difference, but 6 fishing ships help to make up the difference there. And Z40's king ungarrisoned voluntarily. And what else does he want to do with the king? He has basically walled himself fully. That's walled there. Didn't wall with that goal, went a bit more protective with the wall in the back. He made 2 pizzas, but I can't eat them because he made them for tomorrow. I'm very sorry. That is very painful, having pizza that you can't eat. This is the first match you've seen kings. It's been queen every match. It should be 50-50, king or queen. Should be 50-50. But then again, who knows what AoE 2's randomization actually does. But Z40 has chopped to the outside, and he will scout around with the king. I haven't really seen the Kuman king all that much. I know they played on Regicide Fortress, I'm just realizing. These king graphics look pretty cool. Get pizza tonight? I should get pizza tonight. Now you've inspired me. Yeah, I mean, scouting the outside with the king is safe if your opponent hasn't chopped through. But now it's time for... If Capoch chops through, gets Vils outside, he could maybe try to wall in the king. Man, Capoch 100% should have lost this game. The quick gate, the king can't attack, so he's trapped, and then the Vil fight him. You don't finish the TC, you just Vil fight him. Z4, like, you delete your Vils so that you can get the gate foundation up if they're in the way, and you trap that king. Oh, if only he were paying attention to that, that would have been epic. Randomization is random? We hope. We hope. And ooh, what is this from Capoch? 2 Vils forward. Res collected, 500 lead for Z40. And thank you, Hockey Rules 21 for the follow. I mean, we've been getting a ton of followers the past, like, month and a half. But absolutely crazy, so I hope you guys have been enjoying TTL. And there's Capoch up to the Castle Age. And the king will take, a couple of buffaloes. Look at all those buffaloes the king is grabbing. So this is Z40's home map. Certainly prepared to grab the buffaloes. He knows how to use that king on the outside. You have a good voice for casting, Mr. T. West. Well, thank you very much. That is Ghost. All hail, King of the Buffaloes. King of the Buffaloes. Thanks, Budget T90. Oh, thank you very much. For treating me the same way you treat T90 with the jokes. Is this Sam Elliott of Casters? I have no idea who that is. And my eyesight's failing me. I thought you almost wrote 5 a.m. in the chat. Instead of Sam. Alright, so gate up. The knights don't get in. Capoch trying to go aggressive with a Castle Age push with knights. Try to disrupt the boom. Palisade gates are basically made out of paper. So this, if a few more knights come forward, won't last long. And the Mangonel now forward? Oh, why don't you say hi? Thank you very much for the sub.
It's the heart of Genghis Khan. We are doomed.
That's what Z40's villagers are saying. They are doomed if they don't hop in that TC. And he's still, oh, don't open the gate. Vil, where are you going? Where is that Vil going? She really wants to build that palisade. Alright, she'll get back. She'll get back. And it'll be Kuman camels. The dude with the known stash. The known stash. Narrator in the Big Lebowski. Okay. That Vil still wants to go the wrong way. Well, mangonels take down the gate, but the Cuman's now going for camels. And that should be a counter to the knights. No demos out here. And so far, so good for the camel defense for Z40. Exactly the unit he wants. A couple of steppies to pick off the mangonels, camels to fight the knights. And that's 2 mangonels destroyed. I think he just needs to patrol in and engage here. I think he should be okay. Some of the knights are pretty weak. Always tricky to tell camels versus knights. Knights are strong enough that they can simply fight camels for the most part. Unless the camels have a good numbers advantage. But forward Vil goes down too. 1 forward Vil left. Biggest mistake of people playing Cuman is not idling TCs when they reach a certain point. That or not having the build to click up at the right time. And Old Hammy, thank you for the follow. Now the monk can heal up the knights. I'll see a Cuman monastery adding in another monk to try to heal these camels. Still could pick up the relic in the back, too. On the outside, we have a boom starting for Capoch. He's on 2 TCs. 3 TCs total for Z40, and he's up 77 to 48 Vils. And if Capoch commits to the Castle Age aggression and can't do much, he's up then on a huge timer. Or maybe not a huge timer, maybe a very short timer. Until Z40 spends all that res collected he has, 2k ahead on army. And turns the Cuman boom into a Cuman flood of cav. This DLC is gonna suck for free-to-play players? There is no such thing in AoE 2. Aside from the demo CD of the Age of Kings. You do have to purchase the game. Is this Platinum League? This is Gold League. This is Gold League. So TC going up for Capoch. That'll be his 3rd TC, but 3rd TC when you're this far down by 30 Vils is rough. And only 4 fishing ships left, pretty far away box turtles for them. It's free on Xbox, and only $10 on Steam. Oh, if it goes on sale, well, $10 is not free to play. If you have Game Pass, it's on Game Pass, but you have to pay for Game Pass. Was there a demo CD for AOC as well? I've never actually seen that. I know I had the demo for Age of Kings. It came with the scenario design toolkit book I had. Do y'all remember when books had CDs in them? The base cost, at least for me in the US, is usually $35. It was upped from $20. You don't like poison attacks? I haven't actually checked out the new civs. I need to try the new DLC. I have some maps I need to script with it. When Serial had CD in them. Yeah, now the best you'll get is a QR code on the inside of the box to scan. So fishing ships gleaned, Z40 taking a huge lead. And camels will chase some knights around. Oh, what is that? Attempted forward workshop denied by a TC. And quick gate to try to save the Vil from the knights. What a pair of gates. The knights want to jump that Vil. She'll save herself with the gates. Oh, Z40 practicing his Alcatraz scenario saves the villager. All the knights will attack the palisade gate, though. At least the Cumans have more HP. Beautiful quick walling from Z40. Alright, the castle will now try to kill the Vil. Rip that villager. Oh, no, not rip that villager. That Vil stayed alive. Yeah, Cumans do not get heavy camels. Camels are great in the castle age for the Cumans, with their eco to pump out a large number of camels, but they really do fall off late game without heavy camel. And oh, there's a demo. What, is the demo going to be converted? Well, the monk still has the conversion on the demo. Gives up though. That was a weird interaction. Monks converting camels, and there is a castle going up for Z40. Now, 110 Vils to 75. The only way he would throw this game is by either having a Doubt Castle or losing an early Imp Trebor. Look at the gold he's floating, 2k5 gold. His eco as balanced as a breakfast, including cereal with CDs in the box. And that castle drop will be on Capoch's fortified tower, so Capoch needs to keep in the back of his mind that this is a regicide game. Any save with Paladin and Heavy Camel? Byzantines? Persians used to have both before they got Savars. Trying to think if anyone else does. And there is Fletching, Imperial Age for Z40, another castle for him. Workshop on the way for Capoch, but he will have to go for a ram push, even as the Italians doesn't look like he has the eco to go imp. And he has remembered the king. He is fleeing the king, but to where? And just gonna stand in the middle of nowhere. Hope he remembers that. Monks want to convert the Genoese crossbowmen. They will have to run away. Is it double castle petard time? Is it sudden disaster gameplay time? Along with a ram push, it might be. I think the most successful way to do ram pushes is if you couple them with petards. Oh, he's got a ram out here in the middle of nowhere. Hello, ram. Why is this regicide? It's per map. Back in the day, there was a map called Fortress. That was one of the default maps, and pretty much whenever people played it in competitive AoE 2, they used the regicide game mode. So every so often, when people design maps, they'll design them intended for regicide, and this is one of them.
What?
We've also seen it without regicide in some events. But I think it's an interesting mechanic to have the loomless Vil fights without gold at the start. So there's Z40 up to Imp, and here comes the ram push from Capoch. Ram push as Imp is clicked for Capoch in that TC that's overlapping the castle. And the Rams will push this castle. Z40 will try to repair, maybe wait for Trebs. Kumans could train Kipchaks, which are decent at destroying Rams. Step Lancers should be decent too. Mangonels will protect this second castle if they won't be in time to protect the first. How does it work better on this map compared to other maps? Usually regicide maps start walled. So compared to some of the more open maps, it gives you the tower to garrison your king/queen inside of. And it's a bit of a different take on regicide because you have the tower instead of a starting castle, so it's not as unique unit focused. But, I mean, any map author could add regicide to pretty much any map they want. We just kind of felt it would work well for the focus on the Vil fighting in the middle. Or at least that's what I think of this map, the Vil fighting in the middle without loom. Trebs attacking this castle here. Yeah, he made the mangonels knowing that the ram push is there. So mangonels behind a castle stop the ram push pretty well. Unless you have a cav unit to dive the mangonels, but not something that Capoch has at the moment. And he's still dealing with walling on the outside to stop the Step Lancer raid. Nice to put pressure from this angle too from Z40. Hey, Rams for the first and Petards for the second. Yeah, I mean, mangonels, you could go for petard pushes, but you need, I think, 8 to destroy a castle, and more behind that to make up for the numbers.
Let us give the infidel dogs of the West a sight the likes of which no son of Europe has ever seen.
So thank you, Don Pato Pesto, for the sub for 13 whole months. So Trebs will take out this castle. And yeah, petards, when you go straight for a castle, you can put rams in front to try to absorb some castle fire, but you should expect to lose a few petards on the way. So usually you need at least 10. You don't want to train too many and wait too long, though, so there's a balance you need to strike. Yeah, I mean, in the end, it doesn't really matter how many castles he snipes. He still dies to the boom, maybe? Here comes Step Lancers. Genery's Crossbowmen, though, are a very good unit against the Cumans, who are certainly very cav-focused and do not have Bracer for their skirms. So they miss the main counter. Oh, wait, there's the King. The King is in the TC. The King is in the TC. The Trebs just need to snipe that TC. I don't know if Z40 realizes that, but okay, the Trebs are going for the TC. The General Crossbow is trying to snipe off the Step Lancers. The TC could go down. The TC could go down to the Trebs. Once it gets low enough on HP, the King will ungarrison. Does Z40 realize this? Does he realize this? The game will be won if he just follows the King. Does he see the King? Well, Capoch calls the GG. Yeah, Capoch will call it there. He was gonna lose the King to Step Lancers no matter what. I think we need the same sudden disaster meta that we shouldn't allow players to call the GG too early when they're about to lose on Regicide. We had so many games where players were about to lose their TC and they called it. I think we got to make them play it out. Add that to the handbook. So military, better KD, and Kuman Boom won the game with that eco. Nice and simple for Z40. Maybe if he stayed castle of more Genbos, that could have been an option. What's happening in the north? Oh, looks like we had a raid in the north. House wall was broken by elite Step Lancers, and Capoch was losing vills at the same time. So GG. Need to hide their King in the corner. Not in this corner. But alright, let me just do... Twitch wants me to play an ad, so I'll do that between the games and then get to the next one. Alright, so that's now 1-1. Z40 did win his home map. And for Civs, that was the Italians. First picked Italians losing to the Cumans. What do I think of one TC only map, but not sudden death? I think it would play out pretty similarly, because if it's one TC and you lose the TC, you're probably dead anyway. But I guess you wouldn't have the opportunity for late game snipes of the TC. So I might remove some of the comeback potential if you're down and going for TC snipes. I think that's part of the fun of Sudden Disaster, that there are games where you can come back from a situation that's snowballing. Want to see Conquest is like a Phosphoro tournament? Kind of. So, Northern Crossings. And the 40 will be the Bengalis, and Capoch will be the Byzantines. Alright. So game number 3. Northern Crossings, the home map of Capoch. So we will have Capoch playing as the blue Byzantines to the west, and Z40 as the red Bengalis to the east. You start with a hut to make pop space for the transport ship, and 2 houses right away for Z40. Capoch only 1 house using the hut, and maybe wants to go for a super early dock. We've seen a couple of builds so far. I think Survivalist had a build where he used the hut for pop space, did only 1 house and went for the early dock. Byzantines, no real eco bonus on water maps until they're cheaper imp, but really good fires. Downside of the Byzantines, though, is that on this map, I do think galleys tend to dominate more than fires. Otter was casting some Battle Royale community games where they had the packing TC so they could move it around. That was also fun, might be interesting in a 1 TC mode. Some Disaster might be the most exciting as a viewer. I think we had a great finals this year. Lewis was in a game he was losing, YOLO'd all his vills forward for a last desperate attempt at a Treb snipe. The downside of Sudden Disaster that I think we encountered was that some of the top level players got eliminated early, which is kind of the nature of the game mode. But that does kind of hurt viewership long term, like if Viper goes out super early. And you don't have everyone who shows up to watch Viper. But I do really like the kind of the cutthroat, single elimination nature of sudden death. So an Ibex will be pushed here from the scout from Z40. Regicide, sudden disaster? Like you have both a king and a TC that have to survive? I think that wouldn't make a difference because you would just keep the king in the TC. No reason to try to protect two separate areas. Unless you could get really aggressive with the scouting. Sudden hyper random? Sudden hyper random sounds like we're playing Northern Crossing, and when we get to some random time, like 47 minutes and 28 seconds, suddenly, boom, you have all the same units, but it's a hyper random map. Positions, everything changes, but boom, sudden hyper random. So, Capoch, second fishing ship on the way. Did have to do that eventual second house. On this version of Northern Crossings, I did separate the golds a bit. So, in addition to your main gold, you have two separate golds and then two stones. And I separated them so each half of your island has one of the extra golds. So you're not going to be tower rushed and suddenly have both of your stones under one tower. They are a bit separated. That was a bit hacky to do in the map scripting, but I think it balances the map out a bit more. Keep the TCs in the middle and the resources spread out. And with the transport ship, Capoch will scout the back dock from Z40. 13 range castles would be too funny on this map. A castle in the middle ranges the coast of the enemy entirely. Yeah, you mean Teutons with crenellations? Have we seen Teutons played in TTL? I don't think we really have. Teutons and Franks, not really picked. We've seen Slavs and also even Bulgarians picked occasionally. And Loom will be on the way for Capoch. And then Feudal Age for Capoch 2, Feudal Age for Z40. It's about time they gave Teutons light cav. Oh, don't give them any more ideas. Teutons are fine. It is kind of interesting, though, that we do have so many closed maps in the map pool and haven't seen Teutons for them. But maybe a bit of power creep with new civs added that are good for closed maps. Also a bit of a risk that if you pick Teutons, then kind of obvious that you're going to use them on the closed map. Civs like Byzantines or Bengalis work on multiple types of maps. And they give you a bit more flexibility in your draft. I think we'd still definitely see Teutons were there to be, say, a 4v4 closed map situation. But other than Nations Cup, I don't know if we'll really see an event like that soon. I'd love to do another Cartographers, but I think we need to see what the team situation is. With Vitality having 3 players, it might be awkward to do a 2v2 tournament. 3v3 might be the way to go. Crypt? Yeah, Crypt rather than Crypt. A Crypt is where you place dead bodies. It's where all the skeletons from AoE 2 that didn't make it into DE's graphics are kept now. That's where we can place the scout. Are Teutonic Knights competitively viable? They have very niche use cases, but they're never going to be as ubiquitous as, say, a Conquistador is for the Spanish. Probably the number one case you'd see them is if your castle's being ram-pushed, and they train pretty quickly, so you can have them for sniping off rams. And will the transport see the barracks or the archery range? No, it won't. Z40 just missing Capoch's forward. Transport doesn't have enough line of sight. That's where that Sicilian's bonus, transport line of sight, comes in. So it will be a forward range for Capoch. Byzantines like going forward on land maps, but water maps are a bit different. And here, everything is walled up for Z40. And since he lost the scout in the scout fight, he will not be able to scout this. Free town watch also for Capoch is nice for the forward, gives him a bit of line of sight. You can see that this isn't walled from behind. Your houses work as mini outposts now. And some villas will head over to the woodline. We'll have a second dock for Capoch as he'll keep fish booming. And a forward blacksmith for him. Don't think that transport will see it either. Here has a video playing his Teutons against Yo, and he beat him with the Teutonic Knights while Yo was Turks. I think they're slightly underrated. Teuton's one of those civs that I always felt had a decent matchup against Turks on closed maps. Very good monk tech tree for them, and they always have a good monk defense. But I think the monk defensive bonus being the team bonus makes them far more valuable for team games. Yeah, if your opponent's going pure Halb, and you have a lot of paladins, some Teutonic Knights can turn that around. So Watchtower slammed down by all those vills. And vills will be sniped off. HP vills have to run from the tower. And they'll garrison inside. So Castle Age there for Z40. And looks like he's winning the tower fight now. And if he wanted to, could send some vills to fight this. Might not need to, though. It's close enough that he'll be able to snipe repair vills within that range circle. And immediately goes for the vills. And he will just send vills forward. He wants to fight this, even with the archers. Might lose a couple of vills. But if the archers are going to be outside dancing, they won't be inside to shoot the vills. One vill down, but I think two vills down. He'll probably accept that to clear the tower and give himself back access to his gold, which he does. So Z40 happy to clear Capoch's tower. And Capoch will click up to the Castle Age just now. So he's done some damage, got a couple of vill kills. And has a couple of archers left, but much faster Castle Age for Z40. Who has stone, could go and boom right now if he wanted to with another TC. Or right there. Oh, wait a minute. Tower. Can a tower be fast enough to deny a TC? Z40 doesn't see the tower. Wait a minute. Capoch here. He has archers. He has archers that could keep the vills away. Slow down the TC. Oh, this could be absolutely nasty if that tower goes up. If he doesn't get the tower in time, though, the TC will garrison and snipe it. TCs do beat towers quite handily. Even if the Byzantine ones have a bit of extra HP. So Z40 will YOLO more vills to the TC. Still doesn't see the tower. Now he sees the tower. But I don't think it stops the TC. That should go up in time. And yeah, tower not fast enough. It'll get a bit of idle time as the TC garrison or vill fight takes it down. But won't stop too much. Is all this idle time worth it when you have forward vills? I don't know. It might be close. Hi, chat. Hello, over on YouTube. 1 HP, but goes down, so... Now, Bengali fire ships won't be as good as Byzantine fires once Capoch upgrades, but at least they do heal over time. So they're better than generic, at least. Capoch still encircling Z40 with the archers. He has a bit of a score lead. And double docks for Capoch. He'll have another dock to the side as well. And that dock built there from Capoch. And the monk, ooh, he's slowing down a bit. That is Something looked off there. I know there were bugs in the game somewhat recently of monks slowing down when they tried to convert stuff. Don't know if that was ever fixed. So, third TC now for Z40. Capoch still on 1. And with a workshop, is now putting himself on a timer to do damage. He does now have Byzantine fires for disrupting the fishing eco. But quite a few defensive fire ships for Z40 himself. Can probably hold with how far away Capoch's docks are. And with that TC, Z40... Ooh, still doesn't see the archery range. Still doesn't see that. That's my opinion on them. I like the Teutons. I just think they're kind of in that situation, like the Britons, like the Franks, where they were well balanced and then they got kind of power crept by some new stuff. Crossbow on the way for Capoch as he's mangonel pushing this TC. The TC is on a hill, so taking a bit less damage from the mangonels. Capoch could add in a third mangonel and really try to push. The crossbows will walk around and try to find vills by the gold. And the monks picked off by a scout. Fires over here will all go down. And second TC for Capoch, and he hasn't fallen too far behind in his economy because of his 9 fishing ships. As long as he keeps them afloat and keeps them fishing, he's okay. But down by 10 actual villagers. He has the water control though, so it's not like Z40 will sneak a fire and destroy all the fish. And the crossbows here still can be very annoying from the opposite side of the wood line. Redemption for Z40. He does have Sanctity, so that will put him in a good position. He can tank 1 shot and try to convert the mangonels. 30 seconds away from having that, and he might want a second monk too. And for now, we'll think about healing some of the vills that are repairing the TC. Why not hit the gold vills with the mangonels? Because they can't reach. The mangonels here have to stay outside the TC range, otherwise the TC will destroy them. And if you do that, then you have to go all the way around the outside. And Capoch seemingly doesn't have any army left. So, where did his crossbows go? Oh yeah, the crossbows looped around to try to do damage down here. He's a cav archer now. If he has only 1 mangonel, vills could rush it down. Oh my gosh, the conversion and 2 mangonels go down. 2 mangonels go down after the conversion. That was perfect from Z40. He clears this. That's exactly what he wanted and not what Capoch wanted at all. Danger of the mangonel push. 1 conversion stops it. What a turn. What a turn, and the scouts will be picked off by the TC fire. They won't even get the monk. So no revenge against the conversion for Capoch. And down here, those crossbows picked a vill, but they're dealing with the monk still. From 3 mangonels to 0 after 1 conversion. And he's Byzantines. Byzantines can also go monks and try to convert that back, do atonement. But that's the danger of the mangonels. If you're looking like we were at the crossbows, because he's microing these crossbows like crazy down here to keep them alive. Oh, he wants a castle. Well, you take your eye off your mangonels for 1 second and the conversion happens. What's the best siege unit in the game? The Redemption Monk, of course. And now that castle's kind of risky. He's got 14 vills, but there's a mangonel there, and right now Capoch doesn't have a way to clear the mangonel. He's got 7 crossbows with a couple of monks. If they get conversions... Ooh, his ship needs to run. That means the monk can swap target, though. Yeah, he does get far enough away. Ooh. Lots of stone for Z40. So, last-ditch castle for Capoch. Tanks a mangonel shot. And, oh, almost one hits the castle foundation. He was trying. Too many vills low for Capoch. He got enough HP on it. Well done from Z40 to try that mangonel shot. Doesn't quite pull it off. That was very, very close. That's how you deny a castle drop. You see where the foundation will be, anticipate it, and then do a mangonel shot. So vills hit by the mangonel, castle goes up, and wheelbarrow on the way for Z40. As the castle will now shoot the TC. It's glowing. That's just wheelbarrow. It's not like that's Imperial Age, just wheelbarrow. Imperial Age is in this TC, a bit safer. See, is there a siege tower? Oh, that's actually how you counter monks, right? Maybe Capoch needed a siege tower with this push right now. That's one of those things that on paper, monks needing to be adjacent to siege towers to convert them does kind of make sense. But in practice, it makes the siege tower the hard counter to monk rushes. Crossbows pop out, shoot the monk, and hop back in. Rams are so slow that monks still are faster and they can outrun the rams, but siege towers outrun monks. So you'll never convert a siege tower unless you trap it and have a long time to convert it. It's more that the siege tower is a motor-powered APM. That too, right? Like, but the way it is right now, I think that change on top of being a motor-powered APM makes it kind of occupy a very silly position where one siege tower can stop the biggest monk rush in the world. So, Capoch's castle doing some damage to Z40's TC. They'll both be up. Cheap Byzantines Imperial Age. Great for Capoch, who so far has all of the map control he could ever want. And as this TC is weakened, crossbows will pop forward to try to hit Vils. We'll get a couple of kills, but still chased back by some Rathas. And now, it's the tricky situation if you're the Bengali player. You're against the Byzantines' early imp, with all the HP on their castles. And also with access to bombard cannon. The Bengalis themselves don't have cannon. And also Byzantine fast fires. If Capoch controls the water, he could do cannon galleons. Tough spot for Z40 here. One relic, but he needs to win a treb fight against the Byzantines. Crossbows will kill some Rathas. Rathas go down. Still waiting for one of the heroes to snipe like 20 monks in a clown arena game. All the hero units? You have to be imp to make monks though, right? So heroes probably don't come into play there, but that actually would be silly. A hero sniping monks in a ranked game. What have they done? So what can Z40 do here? Tough for him, as that house is attacked by the Ratha. And a fire forces back a Vil. We'll have block printing for Z40.
Hi.
Chemistry just about finished, so that will lead to cannon units. And I don't think monks will stop skirms. And the Byzantines a good matchup against Rathas, where they can simply go skirmisher. Treb besieging the TC. Don't think Bengalis have a way to stop late game Biz. And Z40 doesn't think that either. And Capoch will go up 2-1 and win the set against Z40. Trapped on this island, not much else he could do. And everything felt pretty smooth from Capoch aside from almost losing that castle. Z40, nice conversion to stop the Mangonel push. But other than that, Byzantines got where they wanted. Fire ships controlling the water. Faster Imperial Age for a treb fight. And congrats to Capoch for winning that. Capoch has a good set against Doubt coming up this weekend. That'll be important for him to win. That's a 45 to 18 KD for Capoch. And better KD for him, or better, more eco for him. Just about the same imp time, too. What do you do against Biz until you're... Unless you're head. I mean, Biz are very map dependent, right? And if you're playing against them, you need to make sure you have the eco lead to deal with their lack of eco bonus. That's their weakness, their lack of an eco bonus. Oh, and I need to update the scoreboard still. That'll be a win. 3-0 for Capoch. So congratulations to Capoch. And we're going to move on. Let's see, I still don't see Stark around. I don't know if he's interested in casting still, but We'll go to Z40 versus Sobek. That'll be our next set, Z40 versus Sobek. So I'll set up the scoreboard for a moment. Let me grab those wrecks. Where are we at? Gold wrecks. Sobek Z40. I don't know if Sobek uses a capital or lowercase s in his name. I'll give him a capital S. And the same group between these two players. And let me update some stream titles. This is now Sobek. Over on YouTube too. See if I can spell Sobek correctly. And download the Rex. Alright, so we'll have Sobek versus Z40 in just a moment. I will take a very quick break to run to the bathroom, and then we'll get started with this. Alright, let's see. I'm gonna keep Z40 in red, and I'll put Sobek in blue. I think that makes more sense to keep the same color since we're casting him 2 sets in a row. So this will be Valley and away against Vietnamese. So here we go. Let me make sure I have the overlay right. I think we do. So, welcome in. We'll have Z40 as the red Vietnamese to the southwest, and Sobek as the blue Wei to the northeast. Wei versus Vietnamese, two civs that, if you saw Red Bull, I'm sure you're very familiar with at this point. The Wei have essentially three unique units: the Tiger Cav from the castle, the Shinbei Raider from the archery range, and the Huiguang Cav from the stable. And their Huiguang Cav and Shinbei Raiders have extra HP. Low HP but high armored Cav unit from the stable, which makes up for a bit of the HP as the Wei. So Fire Lancers, then. The Vietnamese do have Fire Lancers. They are indeed one of those and Fire Lancer civs, where their archery range units have extra HP, and Fire Lancers, not made from the range, made from the barracks, but they have more HP. Have a boar lured in from Z40. So Z40 does have a back gold. His main gold is pretty darn far forward. And the big question for Valley is always, do players pay attention to the Valley? Do they take the shorefish and the hunt and the ibex, or do they ignore it completely? And I'll have some more wood chopped by Sobek, as he'll keep his vills over on the wood line, chopping some wood, or will Z40. And yeah, both players not going for the middle yet. Vietnamese and Wei feel like they might be walling and booming. Wood lines make it maybe a bit easier for Sobek to wall this map. Z40 could go for a huge wall himself, though. For the love of all AOM gods, someone take the food in the middle. How is he playing again? He had two sets. He had one set last night and one set today during the middle of Platinum. So I'm just casting the Rex of everything. We have this, and then two more sets afterwards. The YouTube side has been quiet. I think a lot of people, maybe, even if they have YouTube open, might still be chatting in the Twitch chat. We do have some more people here. Maybe some idle vills left over from the raid. Oh, that's so squeaky. Those hairs are so, oh my gosh, they're so squeaky. So many critters to slaughter, yes. Playing with a GameCube controller, that would be sick. I legit loved the GameCube controller back when I had a GameCube. It was like the perfect controller for Smash Bros. Melee. Absolutely perfect. It's kind of silly with the large A button, small B button, and then X and Y were oddly shaped. But it was fun. Like 12k or so food in the middle. Can I even double click all this? Might even be more than that. I gotta make sure I get everything. I think we did. The different types of chicken are different things. Is that everything? 13.4k at least. There's some things I still didn't click. Or ibexes. So let's call it 13, 14k. I think a couple of deer have been pushed. But yes, lots of food in the middle. Second best controller after Xbox 360. Yeah, Xbox 360 controller. That was a great one. So was the PS2 controller. Honestly, that era, those three controllers. Maybe that's just nostalgia for them. But then you compare them to the N64 controller, which I'm still not sure how to hold even to this day. Is it great for you with your three hands? Yep. That would be the real challenge for Dave, playing with an N64 controller. Sobek will be in the back of Z40's base with his scout, trying to figure out what Z40 will do. Z40 will be up a few seconds faster. And it'll be a barracks for Sobek at the front of his base, as he's trying to wall up to the side, and this might be a big wall and boom game. Sobek looping around the front of Z40's base. There's Z40 up. Doesn't quite see the scout. And he will go for a stable. So scouts feel like the unit composition he'll use for boom. I've never used the PS5 controller, actually. I have an Xbox controller. I have no idea. What's the most recent version of Xbox? I had gotten the controller to try out AoE 2 when that was released for Xbox. I don't even know what version it is. There was Xbox One. Is there a version after that? I know they put it into different tiers now. There's X and S. I don't know which tier is better. I also have an Xbox 360 controller for my PC. That's the one that's probably I should use. The Series X. Okay. But isn't there like an S version too? Xbox Series X is the most powerful. Okay. Ooh, and Z40 saying, Sobek, you shouldn't be walled. I'll destroy that wall, and then I'll run away, and you can re-wall. S is like standard, X is like extreme. Okay, I guess that's a good mnemonic for remembering it. Is there a hole between the house and that barracks? Chat, is there a hole here? That bamboo certainly can throw us off. I'm gonna guess no. Stable and the house look together. Glocken says no. I trust Glocken. Glocken would never be wrong. So scouts out here. Still not really finding damage and feels like it'll be for both players. Small number of scouts, then boom and click up while walling. There's a hole back there Sobek has to be wary of. Yo, he didn't scout that hole, but I don't think it'll do much as the scouts get poked by that spear. I'm sure Sobek knows that he needs to check for holes once he's walled. And now the two groups of scouts will run past all the chickens. And maybe the players might think, you know, we could be taking this food. We could be taking it. We could be playing the map using the bonus of all the hunt. But no, they're going to save the hunt until an hour, 45 minutes into the game. Like Jordan and dogao did. Oh, no one taking the hunt. Tree is part of the wall. Close enough to the TC, though. I don't think Sobek will ever try to palisade hop that. Instead, it'll just be a basic scout push from Z40. Sobek does go for a range. Could go archers or skirms. But with both players playing so defensively, I don't know if the range applies much pressure. It does give you an option for sniping spears, but that's about it. There's a range also from Sobek, so... Or a range from both players, I mean. So both... do you want to get into a range war against the Vietnamese, even with Shenbei Raiders? With all the extra HP the Vietnamese have, with the potential for Imp Skirm. Is there to mess with pathing and make people shoot them by mistake with mangonels? I won't say it's not meant for that, but it has more intentions than just messing with pathfinding. It has more intentions than just providing Nilly with more clips to send to the people who are trying to fix the pathing. And can the spear poke? Maybe not if the scouts run away. Archers and spears coming up around the outside of the wood line. And the other groups of scouts will dance with each other. We have Castle Age on the way first for Sobek. Z40 not up yet. Res are still pretty similar. The wheelbarrow research time for Z40. Helping maybe to make up for some of the difference of the free vills from Sobek. Only has 2 free vills at the moment from the ecotechs. Only have 40 of the 745 viewers. You have Z40 of the viewers. So there's Castle from Z40. I'm still worried about Fire Lancers and how well they'll do against the Way. I feel like they have ways of beating all 3 of their Way units. Shinbei Raiders, which it looks like Sobek is going for, probably the best option, knowing that Fire Lancers can be queued. But still a bit awkward with all the bonus damage with the charge attack. And might have to add in some skirms along with them. But then you don't want to get into a skirm fight against the Vietnamese, where both of your units are countered by skirms. And you, Kinokon, thank you very much for the follow. Now, you do want to get into the skirm fight if you are the Vietnamese. I guess I should say that. Scouts poked off by the spears. Just notice the difference in the scoreboard. The UUs are looking great. Yeah, I like them. I like that we have them up there. The only downside is the icons are square, and they don't necessarily fit the angled slots. But I think they're a good improvement up there. I debugged a couple of issues, asked chat for some feedback on the fonts. And I think we're good to have something that doesn't have fonts that trail off and fade if the names are long. And I can put the team names down at the bottom, so we don't need to put the tag. And the tag will still be in the score. So, wheelbarrow for Sobek. And a TC for Z40. Crossbow and forward a monastery for him. And the Shinbei Raiders, as we'd expect from the way in this matchup, start to try to hit the wood line. Sobek's starting to pull ahead now that he can do wheelbarrow and also the Castle Age ecotechs. Bowsaw, he has gold mining. Did I see the video about the pathfinding? Yes, I did see the video about the pathfinding. And thank you, Philo Matiko, for the follow. I think the main insights are the HD edition did not take the debugging of pathfinding as seriously as we would have hoped. And from my perspective, working on Will of the Kingdoms, it was very obvious that people always preferred playing the original game because they had better pathfinding. And it's a shame that that never was fixed on HD. And it is a shame that, you know, there are still people who play on HD, but they will be playing with worse pathing. So all the crossbows there from Z40 go down. Sobek's Shinbei Raiders. And crossbows not going to win fights against the Shinbei Raiders when they have 36 HP. I know, so much HP, only 36, but against the crossbows, when they can dodge and dive, you need skirms added in. Not that the Vietnamese dislike going skirms either, they love going skirms. So far it's been only crossbows, and they haven't been able to do any damage with the investment added to them. Yeah, that's what I just mentioned, the pathing video. And Scandal, thank you for the follow. One of the interesting things, though, he talked about how they have, like, hierarchical pathfinding. As another group of crossbows probably picked off by the Shinbei Raiders. They're skirms, so they won't engage in the fight. In AoE 1, in the menu, there were settings for the pathfinding. You could change it to low, medium, and high. And you could set it up where you had a forest. And I'm not sure which part of the pathfinding you used, but if you had it on low, your units would run into the forest and wouldn't be able to path around. If you had it on high, then they could go from one side to the other. You could save a game and then experiment with different pathfinding settings. From what I've heard, that essentially controlled the number of iterations of A star that were allowed to run before it gave up. And that did exist in AoE 2, but it wasn't configurable. It was simply in single player, you had twice as many iterations as you had in multiplayer, from what I've heard. And Vil sniped off by the Shinbei Raiders. Yes, he doesn't run. And Ballistics just about done for Z40, also for Sobek. So both players investing into Ballistics. Forward TC defended by a bunch of crossbows, but skirms now. Sobek making a skirm swap, adding in Heavy Plow to get that extra eco. And the skirms won't be enough to harass this TC, as Z40 is also collecting relics. Sobek so far 25 to 11 KD, and it is very hard to find the right composition to fight the Wei and all of their hero or unique units. I guess unique units, I should say. They'll have a hero unit in Imp. What is their hero? It's Cao Cao. It is the cav unit that increases the attack speed of nearby units. Extremely powerful. Probably the best of the hero units. Don't see them that often though, but late game Wei, maybe we would. Now there's a few vills being picked off from Sobek, carelessly running forward into crossbows that are already in a position to kill them. But he does have a 13 villager lead though, still booming away. How do you make him from the castle when you're an imp? Playing on low ping? I'd imagine that Taiwan and Chile have quite a big ping, probably playing on West US. Probably feels that AOC was a better state than DE. I feel there are things about AOC balance that I like more. I've still never really liked fire galleys as a concept that they introduced in the African kingdoms. I kind of do prefer in many ways the feudal age galley micro and option to add fire ships without the upgrade in the castle age. Do I know how expensive he is? I don't know the cost off the top of my head. So Knights from Z40 for picking off mangonels as they try to hit the skirms. So one group of skirm goes down. And can the mangonel get a shot on those skirms? It'd be good if it could, but another pair of knights will be here in time to stop it. Finally, he had been pushed away from that workshop for a moment. Tried to make the mangonels useful, but wasn't quite able to get the hits he wanted. But Sobek now up to Imp, still has a score lead. Good boom. Oh, Scandal, thank you very much for the sub.
Rodrigo Diaz de Vivar, the Cid. You will lead the armies of Castile. I am glad that you have won. You are the only man I would trust with a very important duty.
Oh, thank you for the sub. Good old King Sancho. Thanks you for the sub. So we'll have a ton of Shinbei Raiders. Still heavy Shinbei Raiders, the plan for Sobek. Or heavily focusing on Shinbei Raiders. The heavy Shinbei Raider isn't a thing. It's not real. Can't hurt those skirms. And Scale Routing Armor and Husbandry Chew. As well, a forward castle from Z40. And we started to go into the late game, where the Wei certainly can have their issues, having only traction trebs and not real trebs. A lot of people tell me they feel the Three Kingdom civs do fall off in the late game. Knights will attack the palisades and keep trying to break through. Is Sobek open against the edge of the map? Oh my god, Sobek! We looked at this earlier, he never actually noticed he was open. But that's okay though, because Z40 hasn't noticed either. Sobek's chopping wood there, hasn't walled it. Well, a hole only matters if your opponent observes it. The quantum state of the whole is still unknown to Z40. $500 food, 500 gold. All right, thank you for the price check. So Bracer Chemistry immediately clicked for Sobek upon Imp, and he has the workshop for the Traction Trebs. The way Traction Treb bonus is that they are discounted. They will not have Siege Engineers, but the Traction Trebs are discounted. Now, it's hard enough to push buildings with Traction Trebs under ideal situations, even harder when they're downhill. They don't do as much damage to buildings as do normal Trebs, but they are a bit better against units. I think they're a bit more similar to a Bombard Cannon than they are to a Trebuchet. As some Shinbei Raiders are killed by skirmishers and have to run away. Helps when you click into the base to find it. Yep, that's the wonderful pathfinding. You can detect holes by using pathing. Tiger Cav attacking skirms. And the skirms will die to the Tiger Cav. I'll have a forward castle by the gold. And Z40 is up to the Imperial Age. And clicking Elite Fire Lancer. Let's go, Elite Fire Lancer. As I said, I feel like they do still counter Shinbei Raiders in the right situation. We'll see if a fight in the middle of Valley is the right situation. So like, these are wrecks. So Sobek can only read the chat now and lament that he did not follow their advice earlier. Oh my gosh, look at the spin moves on that Traction Treb. That's something I've noticed too in this pathing. Units like to do spin moves more often. And they're seeing the effect of Traction Treb sniping units. So Rattan Archer plus Fire Lancer. I was talking about the skirms earlier. Skirm plus Fire Lancer. Rattan Archer Fire Lancer is even stronger if you can afford it. And oh boy, castle over here. Some Tiger Cav want to deny it. More Vills on the way. 75%. The Vills might need to wall themselves in. Tiger Cav focusing a bit on the skirms. Now at 93%. Looks like it will go up. Vills didn't have to wall in the end. And that'll secure another stone for Z40. And he's going to hope that after booming, that the Vietnamese are a better matchup against the Wei. Wei with Z40 on Vietnamese. So yeah, he has some deja vu. Oh, what was that against? Was that Z40 Fire? On this map? Or am I thinking of Fire Sobek? Was that Z40 Capoch? I've casted so many TTL matches, they're now starting to blur together in my mind. Tiger Cav needs to dance away from the Rattan Archers. Their hat is not fiery rock proof. I mean, that hat looks pretty darn sturdy, but maybe not defending against Traction Treb shots landing atop them. Yeah, now we get to hear the pew 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 sound of the Fire Lancers. Arson for them. And I do agree. I think the Vietnamese should, with Fire Lancer Rattan, have the better combo here. And I'm not sure what Sobek needs to make. I don't know how maybe Elite Tiger Cav would do against Elite Fire Lancers, but they do still have plus 15 against Cav. Pew pew. Defensive castle for Sobek, but the walls are breached, the Fire Lancers are in. And if his plan was to boom and play late game with the Wei, that plan has not worked out. As his eco now, 146 to 127 Vills. But he doesn't even have an eco lead. Down by 2k res collected, the Vietnamese with their eco upgrades a good boom and civ too. No wood and research faster. And now he can show off the and Fire Lancer as part of that 20 HP bonus. And Iron Casting for Sobek. Fire Lancers. I gotta say, I think that the unit itself kind of needs a rework. I would like to see the Fire Lancers have a bit more of a specialized role than being such a good general purpose unit. So there's Mingguang armor. That gives extra melee armor for the Cav, and that'll help against the Fire Lancers since they do melee damage. Won't stop their bonus damage, though. And Treb push actual trebuchets against the castle, but wait! The castle has Vils repairing it. 4 Trebs attacking. If 3 Trebs go down, the Vils out-repair 1 Treb. And the Tiger Cav just needs to destroy the Trebs quickly enough. Did they destroy them fast enough? The castle down under 200 HP, but with only 1 Treb left, the Vils will repair. The Vils will repair. There is no siege engineers, so 7 Vils will out-repair the damage from 1 Treb on level ground, especially they'll out-repair it downhill. And clutch snipe from the Tiger Cav, getting 3 Trebs just in time. So on level ground, the number of Vils you need is 7 for the first Treb and 6 for every subsequent Treb to repair. So 4 Trebs would have destroyed the castle if they had maybe 1 more volley just in time. The Tiger Cav now get rewarded by becoming elite. They swap out the orange tigers for white tigers. And they do look pretty awesome and scary. My favorite campaign in Battles of the Conquerors, Vinland Saga. I love Vinland Saga. With the Sea of Worms. One of my favorite storytelling moments. So look upon the Sea of Worms and you see the mini-map with the dragon. Hoardings now strengthening the castles for Sobek. So we were saying it looked pretty good for Z40. It looks like they're stabilized. And we get to see a pretty evenly matched Imp War. But Z40 has 4 relics. 1 more relic. Has he scouted that? Hasn't scouted the final relic. Neither is Sobek. Relics all will be down in the valley. And 3 more Trebs. You gotta question if you want a Treb from the valley with only 3 Trebs. I think that your Trebs need to be on level ground if you're gonna pull off a quick castle snipe. And it's still hard against all the melee cav. What you're hoping then is to trade Trebs for melee cav dying to Fire Lancers. But maybe the traction Trebs will be enough even to stop the Trebs. Especially if they could ever get the hill bonus. And traction Trebs landing shots on the Rat and Archers. Landing quite a few shots. And the Trebs. Well, the traction Trebs have been hitting the Rat and Archers, not the Trebs. And so far, the Fire Lancers have been doing well to kill Tiger Cav. But as the Fire Lancer number is thin, the Tiger Cav will have a better shot at sniping the Trebs. Against traction Trebs, Vils can kind of repair, but Sobek isn't focusing the Trebs. He's content to repair his castle while focusing his traction Trebs on the Rat and Archers. And maybe he's thinned the numbers enough to the point where the Tiger Cav now can overwhelm the fight? And now they can go for the trebuchets, and this castle, enough HP it will stand. At least 1 Treb sniped off, and the Tiger Cav pulled back. Now, every moment he's repairing, that stone he's spending, that he won't get back. And the Tiger Cav, how are they taking the fight? More Fire Lancers charging forward, the Tiger Cav not in a position to snipe the Trebs. Rat and Archers picking them off. They do get up to 7 Pierce Armor as Elite Tiger Cav, but they don't have the huge bonus that they do in the Castle Age with 6 Pierce Armor, where crossbows do only 1 damage. Here, the Elite Rat and Archers with 11 in attack still will be doing 4 damage per shot to the Tiger Cav. Missing the final armor upgrade in exchange for Mingguang armor. Better melee armor, but worse Pierce Armor. Finding the Hermit was such a vibe the first time. A lonely Hermit. On that island in the middle of nowhere. So Tiger Cav all being picked off by the Fire Lancers. Are all Sobek's gold in the back? Well, looks like it. Or actually, wait, this is Z40's base. Looks like it. The rest of Sobek's gold that were in the back, he has 1 set here by the TC. That's almost finished. This gold, about 2k gold left. And Sobek actually will call the GG. Doesn't think he can hold the fight. So KD, actually Sobek had the better KD. But maybe he is worried about the gold. This gold, as we said, is going to run out soon. And in total, less than 3k gold among all these mines. So this gold, he's maybe thinking, I'm going to lose the Treb. And then won't be able to go take the gold. At this point also Z40, let's see, what does he have there? Oh, what an American number for my stream. 1776 gold. Oh, and he has more gold in the corner too. 1920. Why didn't you try raiding though? Well, he did. Oh, Scandal, thank you for gifting 5 subs.
The outpost is destroyed. That should slow the English raids.
Yeah, the 5+ gifties, you get the William Wallace quotation. Yeah, floating resources were huge for Z40. And I think a lot of that also comes down to the fact he had 4 relics. Look at that, 2.5k relic gold for Z40. At a position where he could afford, because of all the gold, to spam Rattan Archers rather than Skirms. So initially we were hoping that with all of the hunt in the middle, players actually would mill the middle, and that the hills would encourage aggression against the vills there. But it turns out the hills more help you late game defend castles against Treb pushes. We do have some massacres when the fights occur in the valley. But there we go, Z40 will take that game. Let me update the scoreboard for him. And yep, it's a win for Z40. I got some custom scoreboard stuff going on, so I gotta double check I click it correctly. And we'll have military 253 to 239 KD for Sobek, but never really had the army numbers. Maybe had the stronger units, but didn't have the population to continue winning fights beyond when the gold's gonna run out. And you can see the relic gold is the difference. Sobek even mined more of his gold, but didn't have the relic gold powering the eco like Z40 did. So it felt like Sobek also got off to a bit of a better boom, too. Better imp time. But yeah, he was a bit ahead in resources collected before imp, but after imp, Z40 really pulled ahead. I love the quotes, I do too. Someone in chat suggested that once, that I should do campaign quotes for sub alerts, and I was like, that is a good idea. Alright, so let me just do an ad between the games. I'll update the scoreboard and get ready for game number 2. So that's a win on Valley for Z40. And for Civs, that was the Way losing and the very first picked Vietnamese winning. And why does DE still show the Capoch Rex? Thanks, DE. I gotta love that AOM music, too. Capoch did win 2-1. And looks like Monocle will be game number 2. AOM is great. Wu versus Dravidians on Monocle. Nothing beats Follow the Trident. Nothing beats the voice acting there. Using the same lead voice actor as for Crimson Skies, if you're familiar with other Microsoft games from the turn of the millennium. Alright, so here we go. Civs, double checking everything looks right. Monocle, got the Civs, Dravidians, Woo. Perfect. So, we here will have Monocle. Sobek will be the blue Dravidians. He'll be playing against Z40 as the red Woo. And this will be Sobek's home map. Now, Monocle features a ton of fish on the outside of the map. And you'll also see this rock. These little, they're different rocks. Okay, this is the map scripting hack part of Monocle. There are these little 1x1 rocks. Those are part of the map. They were just part of the map. And after seeing Monocle played a bit, we had a couple of thoughts. One was that there were too many stretches where we had tons of fish and players couldn't fit a mill. So I added a few more random bits of terrain where we could fit mills between the ponds, and I think that's much more consistent now. And then we also noticed there were occasionally, these 4x4 spaces, and it was pretty unfair because one player could build a TC and the other couldn't. So we were fine with 3x3 spaces. If players want to do forward buildings or crep posts, that's fine. But the 4x4 spaces, we wanted to get rid of them. So I was able to detect them by placing universities on top of them. This rock was a Gaia University that has 0 HP, and the dead object placed by the university is a rock. And then I changed the graphics of the university in the scenario editor also to look like rocks. So if you generate the map, you'll see white dots on the minimap where the universities are, but I make them look like rocks. So this is placed from a lovely university. So, we have Dravidians. Why Dravidians? Well, they do have a nice shorefish bonus that fishermen in fishing ships carry plus 15 food. So if you do 1 mill and you take the nearby fish, you start taking farther fish, your vills are a bit better at that. They also get a free plus 200 wood when they get to the next stage, so helps to add whatever you want in feudal, whether it's skirms, men-at-arms. Also, the faster attacking skirms, useful. Barracks technology is discounted, great if you want to upgrade to men-at-arms. So tons of bonuses that all help them for the shorefish plus men-at-arms type of skirmish. That's not what I learned in geology class about where rocks come from. Shockingly different educational systems. And, I mean, the best place to learn about rocks has to be the School of Rock. The Rock University will teach you better than anyone else. But if you see the 2x2 looking rocks, instead of the 1x1 looking ones, no, that's to stop players from getting a castle. Cast the game nerd, it's a Dark Age. We have a 3-vil Dark Age. We have a 3-vil Dark Age, we have time. We finally have a mill. We finally have a mill in that lovely spot among 5 box turtles for Sobek to start taking from the fish. Now, some players don't do the mill until after clicking up. Some players will do the barracks early and use barracks plus lumber camp as their Dark Age buildings, maybe long distance mine some gold, and then do the mill later. Other players do the mill earlier. Different approaches, and yeah, it looks like that's what Z40 is going to do. And he'll even put the barracks in a very defensive spot. I'll have to be careful to add in a couple of palisades if he overchops here. He's doing loom before clicking feudal, both players are. Is there any reason for it to be a university besides just the size? I needed a 4x4 building. I had at first used castles, but then they had range indicators, even when I changed their graphics to the rock. So rather than also changing the range to be 0, I just changed it to a university. The main reason is because it's a 4x4 building, though. I needed a 4x4 building that would fit itself among the rocks. There is still a chance that maybe there is a larger gap that one university spawns and then it doesn't cover the entire gap. There's not enough room for another university, but that should be rare enough. I don't think it'll occur. I could have like maybe a 4x7 gap where a university covers exactly on one side and the rock doesn't cover the entire thing, but I think that's going to be pretty rare with how tightly packed the ponds are. I don't even know if that's possible, but I didn't see any of that when I was testing, so I hope we're good. The rocks fire arrows. There is a map called Meltdown with a volcano in the middle that shoots fire at you. We'll have to do some community games on that map at some point. Guess what we're going to see tomorrow, Jam Rock? Are you going to see some rocks? Yeah, Jam Rock definitely went to the school of rock. Knows how to jam out. So here we go, Men-at-Arms for Z40. Interesting that his barracks is in the back, rather than kind of forward as Sobek did it. We see how Sobek can run Men-at-Arms forward, but Z40 easier to protect his fish with the barracks in the back, perhaps. And his group of Men-at-Arms will arrive but Sobek will get a tower up first. The tower placed on the fish on the mill for Z40 might need to wall that in, and will keep the scout out. Successfully should get the walls up before Sobek can get around with the men-at-arms. It's the crazy maps from the old days with a lot of crazy triggers and random effects. You mean like TTF Racing, some of the old custom scenarios? Or the CBA maps? Okay, men-at-arms want to hit the gold vills, but TC too close to the gold will fend them off. That's the one thing the swordsman can't particularly do well on this map, raid the golds. And they're that close to the TC. There are also a few individual gold tiles in the middle. Vills can take them if they start running out of gold by the TC, but more golden stones are on the outside. Don't really understand CBA. I never really played it, but it is very popular. One day I'll have to really sit down and learn CBA. But it's been like 14 years and I haven't done it yet. One day, though. So Archer will shoot at the men-at-arms from across the gap, try to fend them off away from the palisades. And focusing the men-at-arms rather than the scout. There's no arson in yet from Z40. So we'll take a while to break the palisade. I think those men-at-arms were on level ground. I don't think they had the hill boost there. And on the other side, Sobek now encountering archers, as we do have an archery range swap from Z40. So after a couple of archers now, double ranges, Sobek will cue some skirms. And Javidian skirms will be extremely scary. And when we get to the Castle Age, you wonder what the unit composition will be. Because Javidians have the better skirms if they end up in an archer versus skirm war. And if they end up going for longswords, the Woos should themselves have better longswords because they do heal. But they won't really be able to add Gen swordsmen because they are countered by the swordsman line. They are shock infantry, men-at-arms have +2 attack against them, long swordsmen +6. And ooh, that Vil finally forced out of the palisades, as the men-at-arms with the scout will combo to get a kill. And skirms now come forward, so the archers have to run away. And now you're thinking probably a bit easier to get into an army composition of skirm swordsmen for Sobek. And it's Z40 with the Woo, who has their main unit, the Jin swordsman, denied by the swordsman line, and needs to figure out what to do. And there's armor. They could just sit and do their own longswords. And maybe try to mirror longsword skirm and hope that they have the better setup. They could go longbow crossbow and have it crossbows hang out in the back where they could kill swordsmen. Not entirely sure how the compositions blend together. Javidian elephant archer. That's true. Javidian elephant archers could be an option too. But I think the swordsman probably a bit smoother, at least on this map. But with all the food you have with the shorefish, yeah, elephant archer is certainly a consideration. You should have the food eco to make them. And another mill up for Z40. Among a few more box turtles, and he's getting back on the hill with his archers. And in a nice position to defend against this group of archers and skirms from Sobek. Was Z40 in Platinum? I forget if he was. I'm not sure about that. There are a couple of players like Repard and Dragonstar who have managed to hang around in Platinum. I don't remember if Z40 was one of them. Just looked, he wasn't in Platinum? Alright. Yeah, would it surprise me if he was in Platinum? Sorakuma I certainly could see as a platinum level player. Z40 feels maybe a step below that. And now padded archer armor for Sobek, and Z40 will try to trap those archers from behind. And get a nice set of kills on them. So Z40 there up to the castle age. And men-at-arms for Sobek running around, trying to regroup with the archers. And keep Z40 penned in so he can't launch a counterattack with his own men-at-arms. And a lot of this map can come down to, are your archers in the right position to stop raids on your vills? And here Z40 will decide to go forward and end up passing Sobek. But that maybe is, oh, he sees it. He has enough line of sight to see it. That was Clutch seeing it. Do the Wu have extra line of sight? No, they don't. Which Civ gets extra line of sight on the archers now? That was the old Magyara's bonus, but was swapped for CA produce faster. I forget if that was reused for one of the new civs. I thought it was, but now I'm blanking on which civ it is. Yeah, not one of their bonuses. Sorakuma, Capoch, Doubt. The three of them certainly an interesting mix. Doubt one of those players who feels he's kind of like in that in-between section where he's maybe fallen off from platinum, but also too good for gold. And Raider, thank you for the follow. So Bowsaw, Bodkin, Crossbow all coming in for Z40. And the Vills will have to escape from the mill. And a lot of Vills from Sobek now trying to find more mills, but he's finally getting raided. Has a lot more res collected though by the time this raid comes in. And the men-at-arms for Sobek trying to push through the house. Part of me was thinking that for gold, maybe the playoff shouldn't be between two gold players, but should be between the gold players and a platinum player. Padded archer armor for Z40. Because right now you can kind of have this situation where players like Doubt might ping-pong from platinum gold, back and forth between seasons. And maybe forcing a gold player actually to beat a bottom-tier platinum player to qualify would be cool. And now, Huiguang Cav for Z40. Lots of Pierce Arbor for them. And he'll try to take a fight and disrupt the villagers, but sending his archers directly into skirms at the top of that fight, not exactly what he wanted. And will be massacred. Does have a good Vill lead, though, up by 2 Vills, but that losing all the army hurts. Oh, he's sending his army now to help gather from the fish. And he'll be doing a TC. This will be on the inner part of the map, trying to get some wood. Outside TC for Sobek between gold and the wood line. Usually I do like the outside TCs just a bit more. Making it your way would make Platinum League a little too close. Maybe the thing to do would be the 6th player in Platinum relegated, the 1st player in Gold advances, but then the playoff becomes 2nd versus 3rd in Gold, then the winner of that faces the 5th player from Platinum. Or faces the 5th player from Platinum if the 6th is auto-relegated. Something like that. So, TC up for Sobek. And a forging on the way for Z40. Couple of Huiguang Cav will be killing Vills, or raiding Vills at least. Will they get a kill? No, they won't. And the monk will force them to keep running. So 3 TCs for Sobek, as men-at-arms will attack Vills in the rear. And Vil goes down. Huiguang Cav kills the men-at-arms. And the tower will kill men-at-arms, defend Z40 a bit. And he'll get his 3rd TC in the back. So pretty even game so far with their booms. And skirms for Sobek. He'll hoover around and defend his TC. And, oh, elephant. Hello, elephant. Dravidian battle elephant. Those usually aren't that good. That'll be killed by the crossbows. They'll keep moving around the sides. Crossbows on the hill for Sobek. And a university for him, too. Skirms from him will rotate around the top of the map, and we'll have a TC here for Z40 on stone. So, 3rd TC, but a bit later, so he's down in Vills now. And it feels like Sobek just a bit ahead in the boom. Just a bit ahead. And I'm still thinking Dravidians going Swordsman Skirm will be difficult for the Wu to deal with in the long run. Huiguang Cav, I guess, in some sense should counter both of those units, though. As monks from Sobek would like to convert the Cav. And I'll push them away. And nice, oh, patrol as the Scorpion comes over. Oh, that could have been sick if the Scorpions got a hit on that patrol. Crossbows force Vills back to the TC. And a workshop for Sobek will go up. Oh, that whack sound so distinctive from the Huiguang Cav. Let me snooze the ads so we don't have them in the middle of the game. And Scorpions starting to pick off crossbows, don't yet have ballistics. And the crossbow micro will be there to dance around the Scorpions. Elephant from Sobek for a melee unit to pick off Scorpions. Scorpions do have an attack bonus against elephants, but still the minimum range hurts against the melee unit. Elephants 0.9 speed to 0.65 are still fast enough to catch them. Wow, that is a good bolt on the crossbows. Sobek losing some army. Z40's closed up the Vil difference. Res collected still very close. So this is a close and competitive game between these two players now. Also, I forgot to add the elos on the Rex. I'll remember to do that for the next game. And relic there grabbed. Grabbed for Sobek. And Cav armor for Z40, while Sobek clicks up to Imp. So this now is the opportunity for Z40 to try to raid and catch Sobek off guard while he's up to Imp. Insta conversion on the Huiguang Cav. And the TC will go up. Crossbows will start picking off the Huiguang Cav as another monk comes for conversions. And the elephant kills the Cav. We'll have bloodlines. Bloodlines for Z40 as a couple of stables get constructed. We'll have a university and a couple of houses for Z40. And Huiguang Cav will be killed by the TC. A couple of whacks. That monk had the conversion luck. Great for Sobek. And now Z40's monk will aim for that relic. And ballistics will be on the way. And thank you, Rob4D20, for the follow. Doesn't Woot steal Skirm kill Woot? That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking long run. Woot steals Skirm. Especially with close economies. It's not like the Wu are going to have a great raid to overrun Sobek, and now Sobek's up to Imp, and hasn't really taken damage during that transition. So, as I said, that gave Z40 maybe an opportunity, being the longer in castle player, to have a better economy for raiding, but not really the case. After all the aggression early on the Shorefish, booming in the back does seem to make you so far apart with your eco that it's safe. Even though it's hard to wall with all the rock terrain, it does feel safe. And the monk would like conversions on the Huiguang Cav, but does go down. And the TC will snipe the Cav down, yes. And they'll kill a couple of Vills. They'll run over to the stone mine and start killing Vills on that mine. Vills also go down to the Huiguang Cav. Vills die. And the Arb will kill a couple of the Cav. Cav going down. And Imp on the way for Z40. Castle for Sobek in the middle. And then a mining camp forward on the gold. So now we're looking for that combination, right? Maybe Woot Steel, Arumi even. Plus Skirm. And Imp for Z40, it'll be slow, but at the very least, he has Eco in the back, as I said. The downside are all these farms. The guard towers will defend against the Arbs in the transition. Love to see that. Guard tower is pretty effective against Arbs. I'll keep his farms working for a while, but he'll have to go to traction trebs now. And he'll have to encounter the difficulty of pushing castles with traction trebs. Here's Elite Skirm and Imp for Z40. And a couple of archery ranges plus more houses. As Handcart is clicked, and we'll have another guard tower for Z40. And a castle on the side for Sobek too. As the Arbs break through the palisades. And we'll pick off a Skirm. Clicked the snooze ad button with 1 second left. Just beat the buzzer there. Realized it. And oh, that is a T90 farm. The Arbs could snipe that off. What's that farm doing? Z40. What is that farm? Oh, you know, maybe that's actually like 4K micro skills from Z40. He thinks if he places the farm foundation there, Sobek might misclick the farm with the Arbs and accidentally shoot the farm instead of a Vill. And yes, that's 60 wood, but he might save a Vill. rbase, what did you miss? You missed Z40 winning a game on Valley, where neither player took the hunt in the middle. So Huiguang Cav killed by the Arbs. And another town center for Z40. Squires, scale mail, forging, all on the way. It's like any Valley game. Yeah, Monocle game going to Imp. I always do love seeing Monocle games that go to Imp. This one's felt pretty even throughout, just with Sobek taking a slight lead into Imp and trying to snowball that now. But the Arbs now, Arbs trapped by Skirms. Now, if there were some quick walling, maybe they could be trapped. And they will be taken down by Skirms. Another TC for Z40. Still trying to boom his way back, but this push up the middle has killed so many Vills, especially with the Roomies, that he needs the extra TCs just to keep his Vill count up now. Those guard towers only kept him safe for so long as the Treb push continues. He does seem to be dying pretty well. And that's Arson plus Iron Casting for Sobek, as he's now taking a 2k score lead. And the strength of the Arumi Swordsman. Not a unit we usually think of as OP, but in this Civ matchup against the Wu, who want to go infantry, that would probably lose. I think a great choice of unit. The Wu do feel like they fall off quite a bit in Imp. The Wei maybe a little, but I think the Wu a lot more. And the Dravidians were a great choice to prevent the Gen Swordsman from being an option. So Bombard Cannon attacking the TC. That'll go down. The skirms will kill a few Arbs as the Treb packs up. And a castle up for Sobek as the Trebs go for the TC. I mean, go for the castle. Attraction Trebs. But Bombard Cannon out for Sobek. If he snipes off the Traction Trebs with cannon, then it definitely is GG. There's Elite Arumi Swordsman. The swords end up having like a triple sword. The Elite Arumi is crazy. I don't know if the Elite Arumi sword is actually real historically. I hope it is, just for how ridiculous it is. Okay, yeah. Look at their swords. Look at the swords. It splits into a triple sword. They got like 3 waving parts of that sword. Is this actually real? There are some strange weapons throughout history. I wouldn't be surprised if it is real. But that is amazing. It is real. Perfect. It is technically historic. That is the best type of real, technically. It's more. Is it more real than the Thericidai? That's what I've heard. That the Thericidai are made up. Some IRL variants have even more blades. It sounds like we need another tier elite upgrade then. Yeah, most of the weird weapons weren't very good, but they do make for a fun, unique unit. And now, oh, Bombard Cannon. I think Bombard Cannon actually lose to Traction Trebs. I think they actually lose. Why is T90 not streamed? T90 already streamed Platinum, and these were Recs that were played today during Platinum. So he already casted 4 sets today. So Arbs keep pushing the Traction Treb. That Treb forced back. And Jack of Trades with V's instead of A's. Thank you for the follow. And oh, castle denied. So a bit of a doubt castle. Z40, oh, he'll go to make a romantic castle here. Once the swordsmen are cleared, once the foundations directly adjacent to each other. And Sobek says, nope. Not the castle I want. Deletes that. And there's a GG from Z40. So Sobek ties it up 1-1. And an important set between these two so that they don't get eliminated. Let's see, that's 1-1 for Sobek. GG. And now we'll check out some stats for the match. That is 212 to 154 KD for Sobek. Better eco for him too. And technology, 5 minutes faster to imp with that economy. Z40 stayed castle for a long time, but didn't have a push during his castle age. So GG, and we'll get ready for game 3. So for those maps, that was a win for Sobek on Monocle, and African River will be the final map. And that is the Dravidians over the Wu. And Persians against Khitans, Celts, or Byzantines, I'd imagine. Celts and Byzantines at the end of the draft. Gotta love settings where you see Celts and Byzantines drafted. And let me see, is YouTube chat... Sometimes my YouTube chat doesn't update, and I worry that I'm not seeing it, but it's also less active, so it could just be people not typing. And I never know which is which. Does YouTube have chat? Yes, it does, rbase. Yes, it does. You're a mod in the YouTube chat, rbase. You should know. rbase was in my chat I once did an unlisted stream to test chat, and Discord showed I was streaming, so rbase joined. And he's my only viewer. So the final map will be African River and Z40. Take a guess at what Civ Z40 is doing. I think rbase will be very happy with Z40 Civ. YouTube, there's everyone on YouTube. Hello, hello, hello. I knew you were there. I knew you were there. It's not like T90's chat where YouTube spells. No, no, no. YouTube's good over here. Celts, that does sound like something rbase would like. We do indeed need him to go Celt Cav Archers, though. Alright, and... oh, I have the sides mix up. There we go. Alright, so... I have the map, right? African River. Yep, good. Double checking my overlay. So, we will have Z40 as the red Celts to the west, and Sobek as the blue Persians to the east. Wasn't this also matchup also Celts Persians? Was it Celts Persians before? Maybe it was. Celts definitely a pick on this map, and for hybrid maps, the wood bonus is great. And when you're this close, you can go for an aggressive mangonel push. I don't know if they counter the Persians, though, as the Persians can pretty simply rely on their extra TC HP for the TCs not to be eaten. Did I make the maps? So I edited the final version of the maps for TTL. The original authors I put in my overlay down by the map name. Bottom left of the minimap. So every map in TTL, none of them were originally mine, but I did the editing for everything for the tournament. So all the maps are, all the lovely designs are due to the original creator, and all the bugs are due to me. rbase thinks you don't exist? rbase, how could you? How could you treat YouTube that way? So, very early drush from the Persians. The build that Tato has done on Vubli back in the past. You do the barracks, you have your shorefish for the early food eco, you don't do loom, you use the plus 50 wood from the Persians to do the barracks, and you trap a Vil in the acacia woodline, and you make sure the other militia stops your drush from being trapped. And early Vil pick from Sobek. Early Vil pick from Sobek. This is Z40's map, but feels bad to be the Celts and you're the one suffering the early drush. I don't see that comment on screen. Blame Twitch for that. Blame Twitch for that. And Zebra poked by the militia. Other ostriches sniped by Sobek as that ostrich runs around. And the rhino will be sniped off by the TC. Lumber camp for Z40 as the Vils go to poke the militia. Schrodinger's comment, yeah, rbase just needs to observe YouTube. So wait, how did Sobek lose a Vil? 0 to, oh my gosh, Sobek, did you drush while luring a rhino and lose a Vil? Is that a Vil corpse there, or is that a buffalo? Oh, no, there we are. Oh, Sobek, he must have been drushing and left the Vil hunting the rhino. Sobek, no, not like this, not like this. It started so well. Well, maybe the hill will be good. He did force loom from Z40. Oh, that's the most painful thing to see, losing the Vil to the rhino. Especially these days when you can garrison and shoot the TC for free.
Amade.
Kia.
Ari.
Arlo.
Kid.
Kid.
And more Vils popping out from the TC as we have a lumber camp up in the back for Sobek. And the scout and militia will wander around the side of the map. They couldn't even kill the ostrich, they're washed. I wouldn't call them washed. But also, we don't have a dock, so no dock from Z40. His woodline harassed so much, and with the militia out there, he doesn't want to risk sending the vills. And ooh, that vill even stuck. And this is an acacia tree. It'll take a while to chop. Oh, 2 idled vills. They can't figure out how to free themselves. Finally, the tree is chopped, but 150 wood on the tree. Takes longer to chop through and free your vills. And their loom on the way for Sobek. And loom before clicking up didn't quite have the food. He'll do one more vill, then try to force drop using those fishing ships. So excellent build from Sobek. 2 men-at-arms. Saves all the vills.
Amade.
And we'll have a scout and a militia attacking the palisade as Feudal Age is clicked for Sobek. Let me double check my Discord pings. I'm getting pinged by rbase.
Farmon.
Did I cast this set already? If I did, I don't remember it at all. Unless we're going to see Celt CA. Wasn't this just played earlier today, though?
Amade. Ari. Farmon.
The Recs are re-uploaded. Did I download the wrong set of Recs then? Maybe I am casting something I casted already. And I'm totally forgetting. A Vill dying on the woodline gave you deja vu. The set is so nice, I cast it twice. But what was the set? There was a set played last night. That was Z40 Capoch. And I may very well have grabbed the same Recs twice. I hate that the schedule disappears on the dashboard. I need the previous day's schedule. What was the set I meant to cast then? If you re-uploaded the Recs. Yeah, because you re-uploaded it between dogao, KingstoNe, and Miguel wide. Now that you say that, I am getting weird deja vus to this game. And maybe we'll see the Celt CA.
Kid?
Farmon.
That's what happens when I've casted probably dozens of TTL games. And now the men-at-arms from Z40. Well, was it a Silver League set that thing got played? Yeah, I did cast it already. Alright, well, we'll just finish it then. We'll see some wonderful Celt CA. What was the 4th set then? There was a set played last night, rbase. Do I gotta go cast 5 sets today? Yeah, Z40 Capoch we casted. I could have sworn there were 2 Z40 sets, though. When I looked at the schedule. You're right, this game is very, very distinct because it had the men-at-arms. Infinite content hack, just keep casting. Alright, let me go check. What was the schedule page in the Discord then? As I just went by the uploads and rbase re-uploaded something. Originally Z40 and Sorakuma were gonna play yes. Oh, that's exactly what happened. I saw Z40 Sorakuma on the schedule. So then there were 2 Z40 sets, and when you re-uploaded the Recs, I just picked the second Z40 set, which apparently was overnight. Or canceled overnight. That makes sense then. Yeah, because I saw Z40 was supposed to play 2 sets, and you uploaded the Recs. rbase, what are you doing? Yeah, Sobek and Sorakuma both start with SO, so I was like, oh, that has to be the set. Yeah, it was a raw file, but it was a perfectly good rec file. Our base re-uploading the set that was most similar to the one I was supposed to cast, and yeah, now this game I completely remember. This game was very distinct, and yeah, the Drush and the dead Vill, and losing the Vill to the Rhino. And it's because of the Celts. Celts reminding our base. I'll have to cast Z40 again, then.
فرمان آری آماده فرمان
That makes total sense. The first game, now I'm getting deja vu from that Vietnamese Way build. Now that you say that, I completely remember casting it. I said it was very similar to a Z40 game I had casted earlier, but couldn't remember who the opponent was.
فرمان
And now it makes sense. I assumed that he hadn't played Sobek and couldn't think of Sobek as the opponent. Oh, I got completely debated by rbase's re-upload of the Rex. Recast the game and look smart. You know what? This would be the perfect opportunity for Z40. And I know it's going to be strange, and I know chat is going to have no idea this would happen. Perfect opportunity to go Cav Archers as the Celts. Just look at the way the game's unfolding. He has the water control, so his fishing eco
Here.
with the Vills out there and the 4 shorefish he has forward should be undisrupted. And he won't need to do any farms. That'll sustain his eco just for the TC. He goes Cav Archers for wood and gold, and it'll be perfect. Maybe even a forward siege workshop.
فرمان
Yeah, I don't remember that monocle game at all, but you're completely right
آری
about that Valley game. I mean, there's been so many Valley games that are just wall and boom that it completely got past me that
Here.
we had a wall and boom situation that we'd seen already. Yeah, you're right, and I probably said the same thing about the traction trebs not taking, or about the trebs not taking the hill but shooting from the valley. If we see Celt CA, you're gonna eat your hat. Yeah, you better say if we don't see Celt CA, you'll eat your hat.
فرمان آماده
Kid.
Oh my gosh,
آری فرمان آری آماده
this is how admins can prank the streamers.
Here.
آماده فرمان
That's like the perfect situation for it to happen too. It was on the schedule, canceled while I was sleeping. I was looking for it and saw, instead of Z40 Sorakuma, Z40 and a player whose name starts with the same 2 letters. Yeah, our base was here and we co-casted it.
فرمان
Yeah, that's why I didn't remember, because that was the first cast of the day and I woke up at like 9 a.m. Or like, was that 8 a.m.? Was that a 13 GMT? It was 14 GMT, so I woke up to cast it at 9 a.m. And we co-casted with our base. And that's why I didn't remember it, because I was co-casting and I didn't cast it myself. And I was still waiting for the coffee to kick in. Oh, that's beautiful. And Embodied Stew, thank you for the follow. So I guess we'll just maybe fast forward a bit.
آری
We got 2 more sets to cast after this, so I'll maybe need a 3rd coffee today. So Castle Age on Sobek's TC. If the next year we just gotta reuse old sets. Gotta go back, cast some Voobly games that have been so long ago we've forgotten them, and the Rex still work. Downgrade DE to still cast the first couple of TTLs. So there's Castle Age for Sobek. Oh, and look, archery ranges from the Celts. It's time for Celt CA. Time for Celt CA. Yeah, rbase can't get mad at YouTube blaming him, since YouTube doesn't exist. That'll be a TC for Sobek. And, yeah, we're gonna see a forward workshop on that hill. You're eating your shoe because we see Celt CA. Now it makes sense, though. Celts and Byzantines at the end of the draft are something I'd seen earlier. It would have been such a surprise if we had seen Celt CA twice. But what can you do against the beauty and majesty of Celt CA? You can do a demo. That's exactly what you can do. At the ram push at the front, will push through the market, through the TCs, and I don't think Persian TCs will be enough for this. Now, there's a castle. Mangonel pushes the rams away. The Cav archers pick off the Mangonels, and there's a GG from Sobek, and Z40 once again wins 2-1 in a set that rbase pranked us by uploading twice. rbase just wanted to see the Celt CA again. rbase just wanted more Celt CA. He wasn't content with one Celt CA. He wanted to see it twice. rbase can only timeout users, can't even ban them. Oh no, even YouTube knowing rbase shouldn't wield that power. Yeah, the Celt win rate going up. The Celt CA win rate going up. Alright, so we will update and actually cast a proper set then. Completely baiting us. So we'll do dogao KingstoNe, I think. Let me find that. Dogao KingstoNe. I'll just set this up properly. Oh man, that was such a debate. Can we do Gabby's bypass game? That's a good idea. But dogao KingstoNe, that'll be next. Also, download these Miguel wide recs. And what group is this in, rbase? Is this group A? No, this is group C. This is group C. It at least says when I download the recs. Oh, group D does say that. It was part of the title, and I didn't realize it was part of the title. Alright. I was looking for it in the description. Okay, so dogao KingstoNe. A proper set we haven't casted before. Man, I was thinking that first Valley game looked familiar. I was thinking the entire time they can boom and the Wei can have a lead, but hard to match the Vietnamese. And I realized why I was thinking that now. You're completely right about that. We already casted it. Yeah, rbase, who do you think will win this set? So dogao KingstoNe game 1. The Onamaru player. Because they're both from Onamaru. Alright, ooh. Interesting color choices. So KingstoNe picked cyan. Are we okay if I put dogao in red, and then we go cyan versus red for this set? Because I like to keep players with their colors if they pick colors. So then the first map will be Valley. A Valley game we have not casted yet. And probably no surprise, it'll be Vietnamese for KingstoNe, and then Portuguese for dogao. Emu. Emu would embody many things. We had blue versus blue already. We don't want cyan versus blue. And wait a minute. This is Group C. Oh my gosh. I read Miguel wide. I read the wrong player. This is Group C, not D. Yeah, we've had blue versus blue so far. Alright. All good now. So, time for a set we haven't casted. Time for a set we haven't casted. We'll have KingstoNe as the Cyan Vietnamese to the southwest against dogao as the red Portuguese to the northeast. And I have them on the right side of the scoreboards. The map is Valley. An altered version of Valley, but this is the bamboo swampy version. I think this is the version I like the best in terms of the map scenery. I gotta find the pandas. Yeah, there are the pandas, especially because I put the pandas on it. There are the pandas. Golds for KingstoNe are something. Golds for KingstoNe are something, but that's Age of Empires. Sometimes your golds are forward. Another gold in the back. Golds for dogao, perfectly split up. I'll have 2 wood lines in the back. Wood lines for dogao, not really something he can wall the front of his base, but could maybe wall the back gold in. Why isn't anyone talking about the DLC or the patch? Well, it hasn't been released yet. That doesn't come out till next week. I think some people got a content creator preview. I haven't really had a chance to look at it. Personally, I'm not really all that interested in the DLC. The civs don't really interest me at this point. I'd much rather see more significant gameplay or just kind of bug fixing or technical updates, fixing the lobby system so we don't have all those Alt F4s or maps going out of sync. Making it easier for players to find the maps they want to play instead of being forced to play with one ban when they solo queue. The champion makes you think of the VMDL. More campaigns, please. Yeah, I'd love that. Campaigns for civs that don't have campaigns. Give me a proper Byzantines campaign instead of Bari. Give me a Chinese or Vikings campaign. So, forward house for dogao. Going for the back lumber camp. 4 vills on wood. Will this finally be a game where people take the food in the middle? Only 3 on wood for KingstoNe, so it feels maybe like a scouts opening from him. But 4 on wood for dogao gives me hope. He's skipping the mill on the berries so far, which as the Portuguese, you like taking the berries because you get wood from them. And this might be a barracks for dogao in front of the berries. How's there not a Leif Erikson campaign? I mean, we have Eric the Red as a scenario. We could use Leif Erikson. And Mr. Billy, thank you for the follow. And Sir Baron, hope you had a good stream. Thank you so much for the raid. Yeah, the farm upgrade will be interesting. We'll need to really dive into how that changes build orders. It makes delaying the farm upgrades much more powerful. I guess it kind of makes sense, but it also means you're almost always going to skip horse collar at the beginning of feudal now. Hello, Hazai. Like the civ designs a lot more than the last couple of DLCs. I have not looked at them at all yet. But it's kind of hard to do something weirder than Three Kingdoms. The 2P sound like music to your ears. Sound like muisca. I'll need to see how that's pronounced. Can they fix the Arabia queue? Don't worry, Baron. I actually had a call with one of the devs, and we talked about map scripting. And from what it sounds like, they discovered what was causing the bug with Arabia. Whether the bug fix makes it in time for the DLC patch or not, I don't know. But in some future patch, it will be fixed. Yes, Baron. I've heard the true number of the rate of games that drop because Arabia goes out of sync. It is staggering. The no wood Arabia? No wood Arabia happens if the same bug occurs for all players in the same game. So, probably happening only for a 1v1. But yeah, that can happen. So, forward barracks for KingstoNe, and I'm liking that dogao at least is going for a drush. Not going to be the same scouts and boom opening we've seen over and over. But it might not be an aggressive take the middle opening from him, sadly. I'm still waiting for players to take the hunt on this map. Wasn't the fault of the mods? Nope, not at all. It was a standard AoE 2 thing. It was the fault of the map script plus DE map engine coding. There's a no wood Arabia. Yes, there is a version of Arabia that spawns without wood. If both players had the same out of sync bug and happened to both have it, so it didn't go out of sync, it just generated poorly for both of them. Yeah, the XGL guys, I'll call them the former tyrants. I'll still always recognize Viper and Doubt as tyrants rather than some other clan. Clan? Team? Can we still use the term clan these days? Or is that maybe a bit outdated? That's what it's called in DE, the clans tab. The tab I'm sure no one's ever clicked on. Sounds cooler. Sounds from an older day of internets. The Tyrant Clan. Oh, that brings me back to the Zero Empires casts. So, man-at-arms for Dogao as he will attack the gold mine of Kingstone. Feudal Age, and we get to see some action on the map that we intended to be super open. And that we failed miserably at, apparently. Blacksmith for Kingstone. Yeah, Community Cup, we're gonna have 40 vills fighting in the center every game. These games, it's just walling and booming, walling and booming. Tattoo was still on Tyrant in the Tyrant days, but yeah, not one of the OG Tyrants. I like the willow trees. They look cool. Archers can fend off the men-at-arms. And a blacksmith for Dogao. Yeah, fire from Tyrant. Fire backed. Slam Riet, the legends. Dogao was RVK with Jordan and Viper. Against the old school Tyrant of Doubt, Halen, Grunt. Alright, 2 fights at once. One is a spear from Kingstone killing Dogao's scout. The other is the scout from Kingstone killing Dogao's archers. Feels like that was 2 really good fights for Kingstone. Even though he did lose the spear and the men-at-arms survived, he did clear the rest of the armies. Got the important things, the archers, and the spear for his scout. One Z40 versus Sobek. Go back to the stream from 3 days ago and you'll find the answer. It was Z40, winning with Celt CA. How did Capoch end up? Capoch won 2-1. Yeah, should we cast it a 3rd time since Boom missed it? Yeah, Boom, I got you baited. Our base, there was supposed to be Z40 versus Sorokuma. That was on the schedule and got rescheduled overnight, and I didn't see that it was canceled. And our base re-uploaded Z40 Sobek Rex. And I was expecting to see Z40 versus Sorokuma, and Sobek and Sorokuma both start the same 2 letters, so I downloaded the Rex. And I co-casted them with our base the other day. And until we got to the 3rd game, I completely didn't realize I had casted them already. And Daniel, thank you for the follow. I mean, these Valley games, I kind of remembered it, but they're not that distinct. Walling and booming. There's only so many times you can see walling and booming. Thank you, Pilgrim Soul, for using your Prime sub.
Help us! Crusader bandits are everywhere!
Is there a hole? There is a hole! Kingstone, leaving a hole between the blacksmith and the wood line. The army will get into the gold, and he'll have to abandon that, and as our base pointed out, all of Kingstone's golds are very forward this map, so finally inviting some aggression on Valley. As the skirms try to kill archers, archers get picked off.
Quais são as vossas ordens?
The men-at-arms will be killed.
Điện hạ có gì sai bảo? Dân nữ xin trở lại bái kiến điện hạ.
Skirms will hit Vils from the outside.
Dân nữ.
Oh, some deleted palisades, and KingstoNe will try to go back to the wood.
Sim. Ao seu dispor.
And Castle Age clicked for dogao, so he will be the first one up. All this pressure slowing down KingstoNe. KingstoNe does have the score lead, but he's had to idle the eco a bit while dealing from these skirms, and he's down by 1k res. Vietnamese, I think, would win late game against Portuguese. I think I'd favor them, especially with the Fire Lancers. Portuguese feel like they'd like to go Arb, but then Vietnamese should deal with that. That Rat and Fire Lancer combo we had seen for the second time in Z40 Sobek would be pretty good. Maybe I know something about Tyrant 2.0? I don't, actually. I know Viper said he had a new team lined up, but hopefully we figure that out soon. Well, once he says stuff publicly there, I'll maybe start thinking about what to do with cartographers once we have a team landscape planned out.
Ao seu dispor.
Yeah, they do have good organ guns, but that means you're in a bombard cannon war against the Vietnamese who are trying to pick off organs with cannon. And you do have better cannon with arquebus. So maybe still a matchup the Portuguese can win.
Ao seu dispor.
I think maybe naively I'd favor the Vietnamese. That probably won't happen, but I hope they reunite with Jordan. Jordan is on Onamaru.
Quais são as vossas ordens?
Haven't heard anything about Jordan potentially leaving. So Castle Age here for dogao as the Vils are pumped out, and we'll have a university up for him just north of the TC. So it looks like he will try to push. He'll use the Technologies Research Faster bonus to get an early ballistics and go crossbow bodkin and try to put early pressure on KingstoNe, but he's going to have to keep the crossbows alive as KingstoNe will chase with some archers and wait for ballistics before the fight. He'll take the best fight he can, but nice positioning of the archers from KingstoNe to stop dogao from breaking in through the palisade.
Dạ bẩm, dân nữ xin trở lại.
Sim.
Is KingstoNe up to castle? And ballistics for dogao. His crossbows hit the skirm, and then bowsaw ballistics on the way.
Bái kiến điện hạ.
Crossbows hit the skirm. Skirm on the outside of the wood line pushes Vils back. On Amaru Viper.
Ao seu dispor. Sim.
Bái kiến điện hạ.
I think they should just remake the Viper clan like the old days. I doubt in Jordan were on the Viper clan. I think dogao is on that clan too.
Dạ bẩm, có
Use the name Viper Doubt.
thảo dân xin chờ lời.
Điện hạ có gì sai bảo?
Team Secret 2.0. Maybe they'll be Team Liquid.
Quais são as vossas ordens?
We were hearing those rumors for such a long time. So dogao in the back with ballistics, and this is going to be very annoying for KingstoNe. KingstoNe trying to do another TC on the side, and he has seen that there's gold out there. So he will have gold access. dogao doing everything he can to try to deny KingstoNe of gold at the front, but KingstoNe did get a second and now a third TC on gold. And because dogao went for this ballistics push, he'll be behind on getting his TCs up. He did sell stone. Where's the stone? Yep, he's actually just bought stone. Sold stone and bought stone. Let's see, where's the selling message? Has to be earlier. Yeah, sold 200 stone a few minutes ago to click up.
Ao seu dispor.
Dạ bẩm, có dân nữ.
Ooh, Dancingville, but stops dancing, killed by crossbows. And dogao getting some good damage with his crossbows. For sure, he's still maintaining the Ville lead despite the 3 TC boom. Now on 2 TCs. Only needs 1 more TC to even this out. Still 2,000 more res collected for him as the Mangonel rolls forward. And we'll try to hit the crossbows as they dodge away. And this is what he needs to do in this situation. Do damage to stop the boom from paying off. And if you're investing into Vills and losing them, as we have 9 Vill kills, Well, that's basically just a waste of a TC. And will he dodge the mangonel? He will, he will. Can he group up with the rest of his crossbows? Maybe he can.
Ao seu dispor.
Shot misses. Oop. Ooh, gets a nice hit on the crossbows. Oh, don't go. How did that only kill one? That looked like a direct hit. Okay, there we go. There's more damage. Boom. Yeah, boom the dummy. Here we go. More booms for you. You know, you joined just in time for Celt CA and was wondering if you time traveled. You did time travel. Okay, more crossbows. I saw something in the middle, and for a second I had hoped it was dogao taking the hunt. But alas, another crossbow push that could run into a mangonel. Okay, there are mangonels chasing crossbows on both sides. This group of crossbow dodges. Here comes a mangonel looking for a shot. Dogao turns around. Another shot. He dodges at the front. He's dodging in the back. Dodges another mangonel shot. Runs away from the mangonel at the front. And we'll start being trapped by the palisades in the west. Takes a big mangonel hit. At the front, he's still running away, but in the back, he's going to find a hill to die on as two mangonels converge on his location. And what's the micro like here? What's the micro like? Splits. Dodges. Will kill a mangonel. Dodges under another shot. Actually, maybe this is enough. Ooh, no, it's not. No, it's not. One mangonel goes down. At the front, another mangonel shot on the other crossbows. This mangonel probably will be killed, and the crossbows now take some hits from the TC. So dogao, at least causing KingstoNe to micro. Dogao still up in vills, as he has added a third TC. And now his next group of crossbows gets in as the mangonel doesn't chase quickly enough. Still remember, he has ballistics for picking vills, and he gets the other mangonel before repairs come in, and now he can hit the feudal archers again. So taking some mangonel hits, but he gets his TC up. And now he can hoover around the back with crossbows.
Dân nữa xin chào lại.
Quais são as vossas ordens? Sim. Quais são as vossas ordens?
As dogao selling wood, buying stone. And, looking at the market. When he needed to look at his crossbows, runs right into the mangonel shot.
Quais são as vossas ordens?
And there'll be a castle at the front of his base, right atop that hill. Hill spawning right on the edge.
Ao seu dispor.
So crossbows dodge back and forth. They'll take some mangonel
Quais
shots.
são as vossas ordens?
And be killed by the mangonel.
Ao seu dispor.
Bái kiến điện hạ.
Thảo dân xin chờ lệnh.
Feels like one of those games where KingstoNe would call it if he was in a marginally better position, because then he'd know dogao isn't 1 TC.
Sim.
KD and Eco KD can't decide on what story to tell you. 51 to 25 KD for KingstoNe, but 16 of those 25 kills for dogao were Eco kills.
Ao seu dispor.
And he's going to pick off more vills, so dogao just clicking up to Imp. And look at that res collected lead he has, over 4,000 more. KingstoNe's been doing everything he can to defend with mangonels and getting some great mangonel hits. But dogao ready to go Imp and push. And part of me thinks dogao, 88 vills. Part of me thinks he could do a Cavalier's swap and run in against the unwalled KingstoNe. But maybe the Treb Arbalest play is a bit safer. 90 vills feels more like an Arbalest eco than a Cav eco. Only a 3 TC boom instead of 4.
Sim.
And yeah, more ranges. And the Portuguese is Civ that even on a Pretoria edition can go
Ao seu
for Arbalest. Interesting decision if you're kind of like that 3 TC boom eco to add in 1 Pretoria. Basically trade a bit of food and gold for around 10 extra vills of eco. And then you suddenly get yourself to around, you do a few more vills when you're on the way up. You feel like you're at around 120 vills and can kind of stop vill production then. That mangonel hit was massive. KingstoNe's gotten some nice mangonel hits. So a handcart, skirmisher. Oh, skirmisher. Oh, well, you know, I'm thinking Arb, Cavalier. dogao realizes he needs to make the best unit in the game, the skirmisher. Before the Vietnamese can get to Imp Skirm, make your Portuguese skirms, of course. Age of Skirmpires. Workshop forward for dogao. Yeah, the skirmishers cost 10% less gold. And what's 0 times 0.9? 0. Mangonel hits some of the crossbows, And Chemistry, Bracer, both on the way for dogao as he has to pull back from the Mangonel. 20% was it? 20%? 20% less gold. Only Portuguese had Fire Lancers for the gold discount. Oh my gosh, I still hear those chickens and those hares. Yeah, 10% is the ship HP. Crossbows look to break through the palisade on the left. Yeah, Portuguese skirms indeed cost no gold. And this is a fight. It looks like dogao has the numbers. He's downhill. He needs to get uphill, then he should win it. Especially with ballistics. More ranges on the way for KingstoNe. And maybe, okay, hear me out on this, chat. You go full skirm in early imp, but behind it you add 2 Fitoria and prep a Cavalier swap. And that way you have the eco for Cavalier, but you're still building more vills over time while opening for skirms, which are kind of low eco. That's a forward castle from dogao. Wants to keep the pressure up. And Arbalest on the way. Arbalest, as the cannon comes forward, he'll try to get through the TCs, get to the back of the base, and he's still looking for more eco kills. So far, 23-0 on eco kills, and he's catching the normal KD now. 61 to 50, he's catching up. And KingstoNe will call the GG. Alright, he'll call it. dogao takes it 1-0. And he was still wanting that back gold, so he still had back gold to take. Not like he was out of gold, but the positioning and the raids from dogao. Too much for KingstoNe to handle. So also dogao, that gold and stone outside. dogao's other res are still pretty far. So GG. Low nightlife. Alright, so military, better KD for KingstoNe. Eco, though, much better for dogao. And yeah, always interesting to see those very, like, asymmetrical booming while raiding and losing army games. Where, you know, maybe KingstoNe defends better against the army, he wins because he has the boom. But dogao raids well enough that the boom wins the game for him. Oh, update title on Twitch? Thank you. It needs to be updated on YouTube, too. Well, we will cast this 3 times. That is... I don't think I've ever done that before, casted a game that I already casted and forgot about. Why dogao and not with that tilde? That is a great question. Does he actually spell it that way? I've always seen it as dogao with the A, but you're right, now that you mention that. Let me add that to the title. Oh, actually, wait, why don't I just tag him on Twitch? At dogao AoE. There. I assume the game doesn't accept it? The game doesn't, but my overlay certainly can. That is a great suggestion. If I can copy... Oh gosh, I can't copy and paste. Nope, chat, I want to copy and paste. Okay, give me a moment to update my overlay then. I'll put it there. I need to... This is gold. That should do it. Yeah, there we go. Alright, so I'm just going to take a very quick break myself. I do have to... I was casting without the heat on today, but I'll have to turn that on because it's getting cold now. So I'll be back in just a minute. And then we'll get game number 2 started. Alright, time for game number 2. Not a player, but you do love the way the way people love this game. Used to rock it back in the aughts. Awesome to see that it's alive and still being developed. Like with a recent update of D2. I don't know what D2 is. Maybe I should. And right, the next game is Zimbabwe. Did I check off the civs? I didn't check off the civs, did I? I did the maps. And there we are, civs. That was Portuguese over Vietnamese. So the very first picked civ from KingstoNe ending up with a loss there, though. I never played Diablo. Is that what it means? I guess that would make sense. So Dogao is the Malay, and KingstoNe is the Jew, and the map is Zimbabwe, if I can spell that properly. How do I spell that? There we go. Alright. So, game number 2. Here we go. Dogao, spelled all fancy, as you tell me. UI magic? Yes, UI magic. I see some similarities between the franchises. But doesn't Microsoft own Blizzard now? Yeah, so here is Zimbabwe, and this is an amazing map by the lovely Marintho, the clown map artist. And we have a ton of rhinos and elephants down here in the bottom left. So it's a walled map, but we have something to do in the Dark Age. And that thing is playing Rage Forest and luring your hunt, luring your elephants with a villager that has loom. The shoe doing loom immediately. Oh, they delisted the original to put the remaster on sale. Yeah, at least Microsoft didn't delist the HD edition. I do still think it is kind of scummy to increase the price of DE so much just for shoving some DLCs into it. That $20 to $35 is one heck of a price increase. And getting through the gate is KingstoNe. Can use the other boar to help see the Vil. And he does get through. Loom useful. Loom very useful for him. As he gets back to the TC. The TC will get a couple of arrows on the rhino. And on the elephant, they will go down. Down they go. So don't pull a Viper. What did Viper do? I didn't see the games earlier. Did Viper mess this up? I saw that Viper did have a rough set against Vivi. So once, twice, thrice shooting the rhino. Down it goes. He lost the Vil. Tried to get 4 elephants. Oh, too much Rage Forest for Viper. I saw that the Duzu had a perfect Dark Age, lamed, blocked everything, stopped his opponent from luring, and then, instead of deleting a house foundation, deleted his Vil. Viper tried it again and eventually got 2 elephants. It feels like if you're trying a second time for 2 elephants, not enough on this map. You can still buy the original. Is it like on Steam, though? Because being at Steam availability is a huge thing for games. Like the original HD edition. As you saw, if you saw the pathfinding video. Lower quality than the original AoE 2, worse pathfinding. But was available on Steam, with lovely Steam Workshop support. That's something that even did better than DE now. The Steam Workshop was a much better mod center than DE's mods. Forget buying games outside of Steam. Honestly, GOG is still my favorite way to buy games with your own offline installer. If it's there instead of Steam, I still prefer that. So, one elephant for KingstoNe. Ooh, almost attacking with the scout. Stops to shoot the other elephant. And this will be his next lure. 2 elephants coming forward. No one ever goes for the rhino by the crocodiles. Our rbase and T90 and the admins convinced me that having crocodiles not block as many lures was better. Why did that elephant turn around? That was weird. Just DE things. It makes absolutely no sense to me that one elephant would turn around and the other wouldn't. Like they share the same line of sight. Why does that happen? And he will get the villager in. Will get the villager in, yes. Yes. But unfortunate. I need to take another investigation to elephant luring behavior. Because I don't know why that one turned around. For me, there would be 50 crocs. If it were Bozzy, there'd be 200 crocs. Okay, dogao. Luring, he has loom, can take another hit. And he's fine. Or Diablo 4 from Blizzard, and they released it on Steam a few months later. Which was infuriating, yeah. I read one comment from a developer saying that they had a game released for free on the Epic Store, but the result was that during that promotion, more people bought it on Steam. And it is kind of convenient to have all your games in one place on Steam. And it has the basic functionality of Friends List plus Mod Center plus Store to buy other games with frequent discounts. Alright, so Scout here, low HP, chasing the Vil. Can KingstoNe kill the Scout and lure the Elephant while saving the Vil? Yes, he can save the Vil and get the Elephant in. He's not going to chase the Scout as low as it is on only 5 HP. Maybe, though, maybe. Oh, KingstoNe, go through the gate. Head it off. Oh, no, he's too busy luring the Elephant. Too busy on the Elephant. Sup, nerds? Hello, T90. Yeah, T90 can, He can watch a set we haven't casted already. Yeah, T90, rbase jebaited us earlier. He completely jebaited us. We can cast Sobek Z40 again for him. Last night I looked at the schedule, and Z40 Sorakuma were supposed to play. And earlier, a couple days ago, I had casted Z40 Sobek. And the rec files were in a weird format. They were in a RAR file. So when I was looking for Z40 Sorakuma, a set that overnight had been cancelled, rbase re-uploaded the recs of Z40 Sobek. And I started casting that, and it took us until the third game to realize, wait a minute, I've casted this set already. Because the first game was just Valley, where they walled and boomed, and that happens every game, it wasn't that distinctive. But then the third set was Celt CA, and I'm like, wait a minute, I've seen this before. Anyway, I didn't realize until game 3. It was because this was the perfect rbase debate. I had co-casted the game with rbase, and because I co-casted it, the entire flow of casting was different. It was like if I casted it myself, I think I probably would have realized, but I co-casted with rbase. So it's like a completely different feeling of casting the games. So we got to the Celt CA, and I was like, wait a minute, we've done this before. Yeah, rbase double blamed. Listen, rbase set us up because he wanted to see Celts again. Yeah, T90 definitely would take responsibility and not blame rbase. Anyway, after some more elephant lures here from Dogao, it will be Malay, Shu, both up to the castle age, but Dogao up much faster. 4 vills on gold. He could buy food and boom. I don't know if Dogao's the player who would monk rush in this situation. Yeah, KingstoNe is rbase's favorite unit. KingstoNe set us up for the... rbase set us up for the perfect debate to see KingstoNe for the second time. So what do the Shu do against the Malay? If it gets to late imp, I do think archer civs can be pretty good. Oh, this is the... there we go. Put archers +2 line of sight. I was trying to remember which of the 3 kingdom civs got the Magyar's bonus, their old team bonus, +2 line of sight. It's the Shu. It's the Shu, of course. Who's been the standout of gold so far? Margugu has been very impressive with how little practice he's had. Definitely he's the most surprising to be. Well, I think he's 7-2. And his only losses were to Jordan, and that was a very close set. Doubt so far has been playing very well, but he's 6-0, but hasn't played too many sets yet. Sorakuma, also in the same group as Doubt, has really stood out. He's looking like a player who's ready to take the leap to platinum. And Group A's been pretty interesting. Feels like Prisma is pulling ahead, which we might have expected. But that's pretty interesting with Valessa and Valis right now in 2nd and 3rd. But both of them probably not playing as much as they would have been a year or 2 ago, especially Valessa. When that was Rex, you were very concerned. I was too when he won the first game. So KingstoNe snipes off Dogao's scout, and it will be a university from KingstoNe, who has a plan as the Shu. There we go, University Workshop. Look at that food count. He just needs to buy a bit of food, and he can fast imp this. There he goes, KingstoNe buying food. Oh, let's go, let's go. One more round of food, and he's up. Just drop off the food. There he goes, up to imp. That'll be around a 20-minute imp. Ooh, and he has a second TC with it. What the heck is this build? Okay, fast imp with all the extra food and the elephants. And he'll have a 2 TC fast imp. Now, he's going to need to kill quickly because Dogao, 3 TCs with the Malay, is already on 46 vills. He's going to have a huge vill lead. But with the Shu, maybe he can afford Arb, and can he do this? Can he do this? He'll have traction trebs. Won't be normal trebs, it'll be traction trebs. Okay. So old school arena, when builds in general were a bit slower, I remember Viper playing Masters of Arena. He had like a 19-minute fast imp with the Byzantines. You could pull it off. He did like a 27+2 build. And then like 27+2+3, I think, to go imp. These days when builds are a lot faster, I think this is a bit too slow and players can react better. And this will be even a bit slower than that, but better eco with a second TC and all those elephants. And Dogao has to hope that the Malay build he's doing will allow him to counter, presumably, Arbs. Now, I don't think we'll have the... This can't be War Chariot. I don't think we'll have the Bolt Magazine unique tech in time. But double Workshop Traction Trebs, a range, and Dogao will... Ooh, can the Vill stop this? If he sees the outpost, he might know what's happening. But yeah, but there go the archers. This will be Arbs. Or even just crossbow with chemistry plus bodkin. This is immediate traction trebs. So yeah, compared to that old Byzantines build, you don't need chemistry for cannon now, and you can simply do traction trebs. What does the map look like flipped left, right? It only flips like 90 degrees. It's the same thing. The hill is always to the top, and the food's always to the south. So you always know where the golden stone versus hunt is. Yeah. I didn't have it spawn all 4 directions. First, because I think the consistency is good, and I thought it would look awkward with a hill at the south. But it spawns 2 directions. Yeah, oh, a forward Vill from Dogao, but he'll be Vill fought and chased away. Does have wheelbarrows, so she'll win the foot race and escape. But now, how does pressure get applied from KingstoNe with the traction trebs? He's down by 30 vils. Down by 30 vils. Dogao's starting to move out to the hill. And this is cracked terrain, so if he does TCs or mining camps or anything, castles out here, it is still weaker. And here come the traction trebs going for the gate, and KingstoNe keeping the traction trebs on his own base, where they're atop the hill. If he moves them into the valley, they have that hill penalty. Here it'll be level ground. And crossbowmen on the way for KingstoNe. Yeah, 3 feudal archers without fletching. Yeah, the cheaper archer line upgrades. There's crossbow. That too. That makes it easier to afford arb. And do we have the cost here? 337 to 262. With all the extra bonuses that arb gives you. Honestly, you don't even need it. I think you really prioritize the blacksmith upgrades for the range. But it's mostly about traction trebs now. And KingstoNe needs enough traction trebs to destroy buildings and TCs. Where is the Imp TC? The Imp TC is in the back here. So KingstoNe essentially has to go through 3 TCs before he reaches that. I don't think he reaches it. Cracked terrain. Yes, cracked terrain does affect gameplay. Okay, well there's 1 TC down, but this is a Malay Imp. That is a very fast Imp. So Dogao's up. And he's going for Skirm. Skirm and Ballistics. With now at around a 20 vil lead, but he's going to lose some vils. He'll lose some vils here. No Ballistics yet for KingstoNe. He's still working on that. And crossbows without even fletching. Not the most threatening unit. And, oh, I like this. KingstoNe going for the blacksmith. Maybe the university would have been better, but if he goes blacksmith and then university, and destroys both... Ooh, can he destroy the university before ballistics? It's huge if he does. 8 seconds. Was one more volley do it? One more volley. 96, 99. He finishes ballistics right before the university goes down. That is absolutely clutch for the skirms to have ballistics. And now it'll be another TC being killed. Or being destroyed. Yeah, no chemistry for Bombard Cannon. That's true. That's crucial too. He can, of course, do another university. But the timing will be off if we want Bombard Cannon to counter this. Oh, skirms? They dodging? They dodge. And this is where if you have all the imp upgrades, if you're KingstoNe, you have Fletching, Bodkin, Bracer, and you probably can fight the skirms before they get all their armor. But Dogao, with enough units, I don't think the crossbows will be much more useful here. KingstoNe sniping off the market, too. So 4 traction trebs to 2 volley destroy a blacksmith in a university. Skirms go down. Skirms don't have bracer, so Dogao needs another blacksmith. He has it on the outside. And I think Dogao making an imp is crazy. Oh, war chariots to counter the skirms. They can't move through the gate. Okay, traffic jam. Traffic jam. War chariots to deal with skirms. Let's go. Oh, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. Skirms can't deal with them. And what can deal with them? The Nightline that is not good at all for the Malay? Siege, which is expensive at this point? Maybe Monks? But you'd have to do block printing, Redemption, Sanctity is still kind of expensive to get there. There we go. That's what you do against the skirms. War chariots. Yeah, skirms have no shot here. Vils? How do Vils do? They should... Oh my gosh, the Vils! What the heck is that? The Vils with the hill bonus! That was crazy! Oh, they have the Hussite Wagon armor class. Vils do crazy damage to them. Yeah, Vils have an attack bonus against heavy siege. I don't think Capture Age ever renamed it. Okay, those Vils with the hill bonus almost wrecked this strategy from KingstoNe. And Dogao has Bracer now. Yeah, they have the heavy armor siege class. Those skirms also from KingstoNe. But now he has War Chariot to deal with this. I guess the crossbow line with all the upgrades should deal with the War Chariots. They have 5 pierce armor. Oh yeah, so when you get imp and you start getting upgrades, they'll deal with them with crossbows even. Man, this warrior is... This unit is so crazy that it's countered by so much. Apparently Vils counter them too. Traction trebs need to be good here for KingstoNe. He's even the Vil count up. It's only an 8 Vil lead for Dogao. Dogao does have 4,000 more resources collected, though. I think Dogao's in the better position here, but still dealing with the traction trebs is tricky. Very slow rate of fire, though, so not quite as good against units as they used to be. So that castle is a dream for Dogao. KingstoNe is booming, and he has a third TC down in the hunt area. Both players going to the hunt area, and they haven't scouted each other here. Well, actually, wait, no, KingstoNe has. KingstoNe has a mill. Oh my gosh, they're foraging together. The villagers are foraging in peace. This will turn violent at some point. Right now, Dogao's still hunting the deer. Dogao with more vills. Oh, finally he noticed he's fighting. The vills are fighting. That vill is trapped. KingstoNe goes back to his TC. Oh, that's true. Dogao's on 1 TC now, so KingstoNe will take the vill lead. KingstoNe destroyed so many TCs of Dogao with those traction trebs that he's stuck on 1 TC. And KingstoNe can now boom him. Will this castle hit the TC? It will. Will the TC count as being on cracked terrain? I think no. I'm going to say no. Yeah, the terrain kind of loops around a bit at the bottom. Dogao trying to reclaim his farms with his starting TC. Oh, but that'll just be trebbed down. Ooh, that TC, KingstoNe sees it. He's going for it. Bracer now for KingstoNe. And that doesn't have much HP on it. That won't go up. He deletes it, he runs, gets his stone back. This castle, though, is up. This castle is up. KingstoNe up by 10 vills. Still horribly down in res collected, but maybe the KD makes up for that. 19-1 eco KD. Dogao, I guess he lost 2 vills to the elephants earlier. Will the building stats reflect it? I don't think Capture Age shows it anywhere. It's like a hill bonus multiplier, essentially. Maybe a nice thing for them to include. And Vill's killed by crossbows. Have to hop into the TC. Skirms now in the south as KingstoNe adds more farms, raided by the Skirms. And traction trebs, they are downhill, but the uphill, but the cracked terrain under the castle uphill will counteract that a bit. And is he going for the castle or the treb? He's going for the castle. Repairs for Dogao. Will they be in time? Traction trebs playing dodgeball and take down the castle. KingstoNe will retake the hill now. Take down the treb. 44-31 military. KingstoNe has military. This is defending everywhere in the back. Both players the same upgrades, bracer and castle age armor. Doesn't look like he's threatened in the south. Oh, this was brilliant from KingstoNe. He's getting clear Dogao's army in the corner. That's a bunch of crossbows. He's doing the final armor upgrade. You really need chemistry? Let's see. Yeah, Dogao has it. You're right, KingstoNe does need chemistry still. Skirms? Hello? Finish the crossbow? There we go. But in the middle, traction trebs on the hill. KingstoNe doesn't have his numbers there. Dogao still with cannon pushing out. Yeah, painful for civs that don't get decent melee cap. Agreed. Okay, Dogao has to micro everything to dodge them. And loses a couple of skirms. Traction trebs, I think they beat the cannon. I actually think they win against the cannon. And 8 HP left. Skirms could pick that off if they get close. Oh, those skirms could destroy the cannon. And, 6 HP. Almost 3 HP, and down goes the cannon. The skirms getting flattened by the traction trebs. This unit is still crazy even after the nerf. Oh, they target the mining camp, of course. That's the most important thing. In the south, some skirms now raiding KingstoNe's farms, being pushed off of the farms. The hill is still the important fight with the cannon. And yeah, the skirms doing business in the south. is that bug that removed cracked terrains. Not the damage anymore. No, that was fixed. We did see a game the other day. I don't know if it's a capture age thing or an in-game thing, but where the rice farms were reseeded, they became normal farms. Malay chonkers. I don't think you can go Malay chonkers on 93, 94 vills. Even if they are discounted. Maybe you can. Maybe that's enough skirms to deal with the trebs. When you get enough skirms and you deal with anything. Traction trebs say, no, we're going to take out the skirms. One treb down. Oh, and the tree sacrificed to kill the skirms. And dogao, more and more skirms. He's falling down in score, but he continues increasing in res collected. And gets the skirm numbers out. Now, 49 to 28 military, and we all know the skirms are the best unit in the game. War chariots, I think, will fall off to the imp. Yeah, they fall off to imp skirms. Or Imperial Age elite skirms, I should say, not imp skirms. You can't do that anymore, Bob. That was fixed. Cannon attacking the trebs. Trebs playing dodgeball with the cannon. Cannon's dodging. And these farms down here, looks like the raid has stopped. Skirm's still alive for dogao as he is closing the score gap. Closing the score gap. TC for KingstoNe destroyed. Final armor and gold shaft mining for dogao, grabbing shaft upgrade. And now the hill for dogao as he retakes the score lead. Retakes the score and retakes the Vill lead. Remember when he was down to 1 TC, he added more TCs and kept adding Vills. KingstoNe, I think, stayed on 3 TCs, but the raids in the south hurt his Vill numbers. Dogao now 48 Vill kills. I think that's all thanks to raids in the south. Little groups of skirms he's had all over the place. Hit the traction trim so much. I agree with you there. These things are silly. But oh, double kill from the cannon. And workshop down. It feels like dogao, the res collected lead he has finally paid off. He's continued increasing that. Even when KingstoNe had the Vill lead, dogao didn't stop booming. He's just kept raiding, and KingstoNe calls the GG. What a strat from him, though. What a strat. I hope we see more of that. That was a crazy game. GG KingstoNe. And military, 166 to 153 KD for dogao. I think we needed the archer or skirm upgrades earlier somehow. Yes, somehow. If he was up a minute faster, it might have worked. Maybe he needed an even better elephant lure? I don't know, but it felt like he knew exactly what to do and he had practiced it. Had the war chariots to deal with skirms. Maybe if he had a war chariot out sooner? It seemed like 4 traction trebs, maybe 1 war chariot. Skip the archers and just go more trebs? Maybe that too. That's kind of risky though, if there's any... Like if dogao is thinking, oh, I'll play arena-style light cav to collect relics, and there are no archers and the trebs die. Yeah, but also Malay, a great civ for defending it, too. Ooh, that was crazy. Also going Hui Guang? I think that's too expensive for him. I think that's way too expensive on the fast imp. So he will lose Zimbabwe. And for civs, it's a loss for the Shu and a win for the Malay. Japanese, the first pick for dogao, as High Tides remains. In the late game? I mean, in the late game, he still never really got eco going. If you want them to be effective, you need to do all the armor upgrades too. And against the skirms, you think, oh, if you have full eco and you're pumping them out, sure. But he never really got to that stage. He was constantly fighting and never got to a full late game boomed stage. KingstoNe picked blue. Let me put him in cyan. Oh, let me get these colors set up. Alright. So, high tides for game number 3. Dogao looking to get a sweep against KingstoNe. Uridians versus Byzantines, well, you are halfway correct, Bloodless, as it will be Byzantines, but versus the Japanese. Where's my capture age? There's capture age. So we'll have KingstoNe, Cyan, Byzantines to the west. I'll keep the colors consistent. And then Dogao, the red Japanese to the east. So Byzantines, better fire galleys. Japanese, much better early eco and better fishing ships. Looking for maybe a men-at-arms push on land against the skirm defense, potentially. So 3 goats coming in for KingstoNe. Picking up his goats can push in the hunt. His wood lines, kind of far from the TC, but do make a nice wall off for him. Could even ignore that one, just go like from the edge of the map to the TC. His golden berries both will be in the back. And for Dogao, his gold forward, the wood lines feel a bit more awkward for him, maybe? And berries will be north of the TC. Dogao will regret not going for the skirm sieve. Now against the Byzantines, maybe Dravidian skirms could help against the cheap Byzantine skirms. Dravidians also, I think, have a really nice fishing bonus on this map because the deep fish, you have like 1 layer of close deep fish, and then they get very far away. So I'm not actually sure if the carry bonus helps more than the Japanese bonus. Maybe it's one of those things where the Japanese bonus helps early, but the carry bonus helps you more, like mid-feudal to early castle. Easier to play when you're on the left? There are map generation bugs that sometimes prefer placing stuff on the left. It honestly wouldn't surprise me if maybe your gold were more likely on the left of the map. Or to be back. That's actually something to look into. I've always had that feeling on DE's Arabia that it's easier to play when you're in the southeast. And I've seen so many maps where I felt like golden berries were to the bottom right of the TC for both players. There's something to be aware of, because there are bugs in DE that prefer spawning objects on the left. There are lots of hacks you can do to overcome most of them. But that actually wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, it's the same distance from both players. It's the same distance. But I'm thinking the gold and berries might be more likely to spawn in the back for the left player than the right player, now that you mention it. Looks like the woodline shape is better. There are slight differences in how I generate the wood lines. But I don't think that would at least matter for the starting woods. So, scout hitting the dock. In AOC, your vills actually always spawned on the left side of the TC. These maps, we use hacks to avoid that. But it would have caused left versus right differences if maybe the left player's houses were in a worse spot for walling than the right players, which maybe you consistently could use as walls. If there is stuff like that that happens, I can try to minimize it, but it's good to be aware if it actually is the case or not. I think the only way to do that would be, like, generate a whole bunch of maps and test RMS commands. double check if I'm using things that still have those bugs or not. Could also be a comfort thing, but legit, there could be changes. Anyway, both players in the north, as dogao will abandon his dock, had tried to wall in KingstoNe, but KingstoNe escapes and will chase dogao back. The scout cav will patrol the shallows on the shoreline. We'll have a barracks up for dogao. So, Japanese, no surprise that they're going for men-at-arms on this map. And then the question for KingstoNe is, how does he wall himself to stay safe from men-at-arms? Does he go for small palisades? Well, we've seen the Japanese be able to break those with heavy men-at-arms play plus arson. Could go up to 5 men-at-arms if he has a bit of a fish boost to pump them out. Only 1 dock from both players. So if it's going to be a water fight, probably a simple win for the Byzantines. And yeah, there we go. Second dock from KingstoNe. And if he goes double docks against full Japanese men-at-arms, he might not have the wood to defend at home. Now he's scouting the barracks. And this might be a situation he even can't do fires right away and needs to do his own defensive units, but now it looks like it'll be double dock fires. Oh, he missed 2 of his goats, too. Missed a couple of the goats, he scouted them, just didn't pick them up. Did I see? Yes, I did see the video. Yep. I think it provides a nice explanation for, I guess, at least one of the reasons why HD pathing was a degradation. The shocking thing was that they didn't have the map of source code, or history, or updates for it. That was crazy. So, dogao, 3 militia into men-at-arms. He sees one of the goats, so he'll maybe take comfort in knowing KingstoNe doesn't have the goats available. And now, arson immediately on the way. 4 men-at-arms doing their best to break through the wall. Takes a bit of TC fire. Can he get all 5 units attacking at once? Don't think he can. You've got to have the men-at-arms attacking than the scout. On the water, we have a fire galley from KingstoNe. dogao did a second dock, but in the back. And he'll try to defend. So now it's a question of, is there enough wood for KingstoNe to survive this, to get a range and a barracks up? And is there enough eco for dogao after the men-at-arms push to match up timings or skirmisher numbers? Or still fight on the water? The Japanese fishing ships give him a bit of a buffer. Still has the Repairville, but that Repairville attacked by the fire and should be taken out by the high HP scout. Yes, Repairville down. And the first fire for dogao is destroyed, and the Ville from KingstoNe can repair. Men-at-arms dealt with by using stone walls for KingstoNe. Oh, these Japanese men-at-arms are so strong, these palisades are no match for them. But there is the range, and here come the Byzantine skirmishers. Once Byzantines start amassing skirms, they get their numbers up quickly. Stone walls, seriously? Very seriously. And Byzantine fire winning another fight. So taking a bit of time, but feels like the Byzantines are indeed winning the water, as you'd expect from them. Is KingstoNe? Is KingstoNe what? And men-at-arms attacking the mining camp. Ville repairing a fire galley. As some fishing ships are attacked by other Byzantine fire galleys, and finally they should go down. Is there a demo? No, it's a fire. The Repairville is just fine. And there is dogao finally off of the water. The water won by KingstoNe. dogao still could try to snipe fishing ships with demos, but losing his fish, and maybe he'll snipe those fishing ships. So the men-at-arms not able to break in, and skirm's now able for KingstoNe to defend against all the archers from behind this. KingstoNe walls. KingstoNe walls. Okay, triple fishing ship kill with the demo. Get it, KingstoNe? Oh, almost. 3 HP left. Got 2 of them, though. Maybe a stray fire could pick that off now. That'll die to the 5 Byzantine fires.
Impero.
And enough skirms now. Ooh, opening in the back. KingstoNe realizes. Chop through some of the wood line. We'll wall it off. Loses a skirm. But buys time to wall this. One spear in the front to help with the scout. And Fletching now on the way for dogao as he is going for more archers. Archers to snipe vills. Always feels awkward going archers against Byzantines, though. Left player taking water yet again. I feel like the player who takes water often loses on this map. Those would be some interesting stats. Like, winning the water versus winning the game. And a house for KingstoNe. Skirms attack the men-at-arms. Men-at-arms going down, low HP, and the first one will be killed. And the skirms will try to pick an archer. They do. So scouts plus archers against Byzantine skirm spear. On the water, everything clean for KingstoNe, and he's free to start adding his own fishing ships again. Has 3 of them so far, but can do more. And Vil fighting now. KingstoNe pulling off the barriers to try to fight the scouts and the men-at-arms. The men-at-arms are getting weaker and weaker. And only one left. KingstoNe trying to take as much food as he can from the berries. Viper started as a land nomad player, but Hera very much was never an arena clown. Now, Viper was a 4v4 land nomad player. Back in the days when you needed the lumber camp to start with. Skirms chased down by scouts as a couple of spears come forward, want to poke them away. I'll loop around. If they can avoid the spears and go for vills, that could be annoying. There are still a couple of weak vills out there. Actual vill counts are still at 41 each, as KingstoNe still has the fish. dogao, lots of gold he's floating, so maybe you can click up. Yeah, that's one of the things you have to be careful of on water maps. When you lose the water, you suddenly have a ton of gold. He'll sell stone. He needs to buy another round of food. But he might be the first player up. And there he goes up. Losing some archers to the skirms. And Byzantines are so tough to fight.
Presto.
Played Turk's Arena over and over. Is that why you had to check the texture? Just check how it changed over the years. Too familiar with the old one. Castle Age for dogao. More walls. More walls for him. Walling his entire base awkwardly. He will keep the gold protected. Oh, wait, what? He's docking the south? He's docking the south? I've never seen players actually do this. It makes sense with Japanese fishing ships, but he's docking the south. He's doing it. Oh, yes, finally a player doing it. Docking down here. Oh, that never happens. Finally. Finally making the dock. Castle Age in for both players. Archer sniped by skirms. And we'll put long swords for dogao. Long swords. Okay, he's going long swords now. Forward workshop. Now, if KingstoNe could ever get to cataphracts, he would massacre the long swords. No question there. But stone is forward, out of his walls. Other stone's kind of to the south and far away. Don't think that's ever an option for him. It's up to the Castle Age, and maybe just needs to hope that enough skirms deal with this. He's adding a stable, though. The longsword, the opening against skirmishers. Can KingstoNe get enough skirmishers to fight them? Wearing longsword, the ultimate YOLO style. The longswords break through. Japanese longswords with arson through the wall in no time. And KingstoNe will try to wall up. Try to wall up. Longswords attack the spears. I'll have another TC on the wood line up to the north. Bill picked off. Longsword still forward. Yeah, they broke through so fast. That was crazy. And once again, how is this push for dogao going to work out? Are we going to see the player who loses the water win the game? It's 4 very inefficient fishing ships for KingstoNe. One of them's on a shorefish. And he invested so much more into the fire galleys. And dogao actually has 2k more res collected. Really taking the shorefish to the south, KingstoNe's not bothered to scout that. Man, it feels like the shorefish down here are taken more rarely than the hunt on Valley. I'm glad to see someone finally going to them. Feudal Palisades? I guess for the Byzantines they get more HP in Castle. But they're the same for all civs in Feudal, right? Like they don't get a Feudal to Castle bump aside from Byzantines. Dark Age to Feudal, yes. But I don't think Feudal to Castle. Can we see food collected difference? I'll need to open the stats menu for that. That's a lot of longswords now. 0 stone for KingstoNe. He did a second TC. Now we'll do a market. Can he stop this? I feel like the longswords can destroy these houses now. Houses definitely get a boost in the Castle Age. They get a boost. The Byzantine houses look pretty tanky. Show res collect. It shows total resources collected. Individually, I can open the graphs and see that. And yeah, longswords straight through the house. Love the stone wall and the gold. Where's dogao going though? Double monasteries from KingstoNe. And he kills the Vil. And yeah, nothing versus longswords other than feudal skirms. He's trying to go monks. I feel that longswords... This is a very it depends situation, but I feel that longswords can be good against monks. Simply converting them isn't worth all that much. They're so cheap and numerous. Yes, our arson has been in for a while. I mean, he could... Ooh, adding a ram. That's... Workshop's not protected by anything. That workshop will be long-sworded down. Monks want to convert the knights. Could swap and convert repair bells. The knights didn't run far enough away to stop the conversions. Still didn't run far enough away to stop the conversions. Those will be a delete and a finally charged conversion. As the mangonel pops out of the workshop, but longswords are there, not walled off in time. Mangonel was to stop the rams. Repairs? Or KingstoNe desperate to get another mangonel out of the workshop? But with a second ram, will the workshop go down? The mangonel 99%, and it finishes. It finishes. More vills being sent from KingstoNe to repair. Can he destroy the ram with a mangonel? He can, and the workshop will stand. That Byzantine's HP coming in clutch for KingstoNe. Some longswords from dogao running under the TC. Res collected, he's now almost 4k res collected ahead, and dogao adding in a third TC. feels like he's cleaning the longswords, though. KingstoNe finding a way to stabilize a bit. Able to stabilize, still will have the water, but the fish aren't that valuable anymore. Dogao's, his vills have gone idle in the south. They've taken all the shorefish they've scouted. They need to scout more. They're a tile away. Maybe they need another dock. Maybe he needs Japanese fish traps in the south. The ram, I don't know what that's trying to do, but the monks will die. Ooh, Mangonel glitching a bit. Lons, hello, crab.
Impero. Presto.
But a castle. Castle could be there for Dogao soon. Adding in more ranges. So giving up on the longswords for now. And if he tries to match Byzantines on ranges, that'll be tough against KingstoNe's skirms. KingstoNe looking to raid now. Dogao's still a good ways away from a castle unless he buys it. There's another range. The Mangonel goes for the skirms, but doesn't quite connect on the shot. And monks want to convert the next longsword. Why dock, not mill if he's only using vills? Good question. I guess he could do demos from the dock. Mill would let him take the hunt, too. Has a nice raid from the knights, picking off a couple of vills. In the middle, though, the Mangonel push, redemption, and sanctity for KingstoNe.
Presto.
As Light Cav run forward, they're a bit occupied by some monks, more conversions, long conversions, but they finish. And the Light Cav will be picked off. Monk still survives. And KingstoNe feels like he has all the momentum he wants right now. Longsword destroys a Mangonel, but a couple of monks from Dogao. Perfect positioning from the Light Cav, right where they needed to be at the right time. And the Mangonels look like they'll be destroyed. Mangonels look like they will be indeed destroyed. And so Dogao can say, see, I never lost water. Had water in the south the entire time. Where'd those vills go? Done with the shorefish, they moved to the gold. He's trying to go Japanese cav archers, but takes some Mangonel and skirm volleys. More triple range Japanese cav archers against Byzantine skirms feels a bit late for that. He does have 2 relics at least helping his eco, and he does still have a vill lead, so 86 to 77. I feel that Japanese, their composition loses to Byzantines more often than not, though. His food eco, yeah, despite having the fish, his food eco is not good. He's mostly out of farms. You need food for skirms. They're not free, even as Byzantines. Oh, wait. We have a castle from Dogao. That is a risky castle. That is a risky castle indeed, and he's going for it again. Still going for it. Mangonel in the back. There are Light Cav ready to pounce on it. Vill's repairing it not in time. Some long swords pop out from out of nowhere. I thought those were barracks for a second. But it looks like there'll be enough to push the Mangonel back. That's still a lot of skirms and 3 basically dead vills. Their HP is so low if the skirms connect. Longswords from the back trying to buy time. That castle at 77%. And KingstoNe will let it go up and try to reposition himself in the south. But Dogao has another castle started already. Risky, only 10 vills. Bloodlines for Dogao, who might need to send more of a village to raise that. And there's the castle. Now he'll have some samurai with their zoomy speed boosts. Cav archers, oh, no demo sadly. But they'll try to pick off fires. As that castle for Dogao will go up, he'll buy himself more time. Bloodline's just about to finish for the Cav archers. Zoomy samurai attacking the fire. Look at him zooming around. Zoom. Vroom. Yeah, 1 HP, that's all he needs to destroy the fire galley. Now, is KingstoNe unwalled? Still does have an opening. Yes, still does have an opening. Bodkin for Dogao. And come the Cav archers. Nice wall, nice wall. Perfect. That gives the TC opportunities to pepper the Cav archers with more arrows. And that'll be a lumber camp on the wood line for dogao. We have Bodkin just finishing, and a castle in the south for dogao. Monastery taking some mangonel fire. And he'll lose the relics. Have archers pick off what remain of the fishing ships for KingstoNe. And looking at resources, dogao's about to click imp. He's about to go imp. He's down by 1k score, but up by, what's that, 7,000 resources collected. He clicks imp. What's his scouting look like? His scouting's fine. And even better than KingstoNe, who's completely neglected the south and allowed dogao to dock and get a castle there. And even a second dock, the ability to go fire his demos, galleys down here, securing the stone in the bottom. Feels great, and dogao maybe making another play, wanting to get back on the water as he's up to imp for fast fires to take over the gold in that northern island. KingstoNe, even as the Byzantines, maybe he can click soon. Remember, Byzantines have a very cheap imp. It is minus 33%. So that's 667 food. And it's 500 some odd gold. So he's just about there. And there he goes, clicking up to imp. 90 seconds behind though, but Byzantines saving him there are able to click up. Bracer and Trebs, maybe with Samurai. Yeah, Samurai, they die hard to cataphracts. But against Skirm with their zoom attack, maybe they could work. Let's want conversions on the Samurai.
Salve. Presto.
Finally crossbow. Finally crossbow. And crossbow against Samurai, but the Samurai now are up to imp. dogao is up, mangonel shots, not really feeling anything there. And Samurai attacking the mangonels, they go down. In the north, still trying to hold on. Gold mining, stone mining for him. Castle in the middle. So if this becomes a Treb fight, this will be a Byzantine castle. All the extra HP you could ever want. KingstoNe thinking about redocking. Neither player still with War Galley. That gold island could become important later. As could this bottom if dogao can hold it. So Treb going for the castle. Imp just about in. And 46 minutes in, still have no idea who's going to win this. Samurai raiding Vills. 10k more res collected for dogao. He's up by almost 30 Vills. The scores are really close, and you do have to respect Byzantine late game. Also, he grabbed 2 relics. KingstoNe did. Could grab a 3rd right there. Hire a Samurai? Hire a Cataphract. I want to see the Cataphracts. Samurai will chill with the idle Vills underneath that TC. Supervise, make sure they stay idle. And ooh, a few Samurais raiding in the back. And that TC has the garrison to kill them. Chemistry finishing, and Treb War. Ooh, 4 Trebs with Cataparuto on the way. Cataparuto in the South Castle. Or the southern main base castle. So Byzantine Castle versus Cataparuto Trebs. And that converted Samurai cannot help repair the castle. And KingstoNe not bothering to repair. He lets the castle go down. Lets the castle go down. Yeah, 62 eco kills. Are Samurai oh my gosh. Are Samurai that good of a raiding unit? What the heck is... Look at the castle fight. The Samurai are like, oh, we'll just raid your eco. You don't have any cataphracts. You don't have any hand cannoneers yet. Here come hand cannoneers, but they're too late. 140 to 80k build difference, and Dogao up by 3k score all of a sudden. There's the GG from KingstoNe. Yeah, that's true. It's the final armor. He has all the armors, and KingstoNe not yet with Bracer on the TC, so he can't punch through the armor. Did do chemistry. Oh my gosh. Yeah, you're right. 5 plus 3 attack instead of 5 plus 4. And that's 4 pierce armor. So what's the total armor for the samurai? Yeah, 5 armor. So usually TC should kill them, but no bracer, so they're not cleaned up. They stayed there for a while. And I think KingstoNe also a bit of trouble trying to pay attention to them looking at the castle fight. So much going on that map as he was also losing on the water. Dang, but GG. Well done for Dogao. Amazing strat by KingstoNe in game 2. That'll be 3-0. When I saw him going samurai, I thought Dogao liked what he did in early castle, so he wants to repeat it in early imp. Yeah, with the longsword raids. 152 to 143. Samurai also much better now with their little zoomy attack for closing distances. I think that's actually an insane buff for them. And the G-Boss, thank you for the follow, and XXDXX9 also for the follow. Any unit is a raiding unit if you believe hard enough. Alright, so Dogao won his home map. And for the civs, it's Japanese over Byzantines. So this would be time for us to finish if I didn't accidentally cast a set that we had casted already. Instead, we're gonna have another set coming up. So let me get the overlay updated. It'll be Miguel versus Wide. And let me double check for the drafts. Miguel Wide. Miguel is indeed on the left. This is group D. And both players with lowercase names. And Morch, thank you for the sub. Oh, I don't have my headphones on.
Sweet Jean, I shall avenge thee.
Thank you very much for the prime. Hi, Jocelyn. And also, hello, Susie. Howdy, just finished getting caught up on the games you missed. How have you been? Other than casting the same set twice, I am great. Had a lovely day of watching some Platinum League and now casting some Gold. There's some Gold tomorrow morning before Platinum, so I might be up to cast that early. Do I remember when Dogao and Miguel signed up for a tournament together and the name Dogao and the Bald? I do remember that. Because that was my tournament. I do remember that's how they played in... Cartographers 1, I think. Maybe they did that for other tournaments, too. Have fun with your American friends. Have fun. Hello, Randy. How are you doing? Was that Carto? I think that was Carto 1. I remember that, so I'm pretty sure it was Carto. Maybe I'm completely wrong about that, though. We know my memory is not that good after the double cast fiasco. Oh, and MBL, thank you very much for the raid. We just finished a set with Dogao, and we're gonna go into Miguel versus Wide. So hope you had a good stream. Let me just finish updating my title. So thank you everyone coming over from MBL's stream here just in time for our final set of Gold League for today, where we're just getting started. And the first map is going to be High Tides Miguel versus Wide. And hold on, let me just update my scoreboard for a moment. Malians versus Malay. And here we go. So we will have Miguel. He'll be to the west playing as the Blue Malians, and he'll be against Wide playing as the Red Malay in the east. Again, high tides. Wide will have a fairly forward gold and a back patch of berries. Miguel forward gold, back berries. So pretty equal maps. Miguel maybe a bit easier to wall with the wood lines that kind of spawned in the front of his base. This wood line's a few tiles back and be better for Wide. But he does have 2 golds in the back, so he could very easily do a big wall in the corner. Mablock, or... yeah, I did see that. Grubby mispronounced MBL. That's okay. I know how to say MBL. Even when it was MBL 40C. So, Zebra push here from Wide. Getting it back to the TC. And nicely done from him. He will go to the lumber camp. So fairly standard build. I have seen players do crazy builds. There have been Inca going for early drushes. But so far, everything kind of standard for these 2 players. Miguel taking the deer, moving over to wood. Leaving only 5 vills on the zebra. I guess a standard water map would be 6 on sheep, 5 on wood, then house and dock. But if you are Malians, you can do 4 on wood because of the wood discount. And if you're pushing the zebras, you only need 5 on hunt. 5 on hunt is basically the same speed as 6 on sheep. This is a good map. I've liked this map. It's given us some really good games. You're pretty far apart, but it's also pretty aggressive. Kind of a weird balance between being able to wall it, but also you want to fight for water, so men-at-arms with arson are very strong. And we have 2 good men-at-arms civs here. Malians, of course, will have the extra pierce armor. And the nice gold bonus. They can do arson. Malay can do arson too. And we'll get the free infantry armor upgrades. Now, both players going to dock in the north. Neither player with loom yet, so Miguel has to be careful bringing a scout over. Another Rhino Lord in from Wide. He'll go 4. So 5 on wood, 1 vill on the house. Usually, I guess you don't do the house before the dock on this map when you're walking that far. Thank you, Tugaloo, for the follow. Grubby doesn't come from a game where boar laming is a thing. I know nothing about Warcraft, which I assume is what he played. And I can only say I feel sad that he has not had a life filled with boar laming like we have had over here in the Age of Empires world. There's a certain richness necessary to achieve from boar laming to have a fulfilling and satisfying life. And I'm glad that at least this late into his career he gets to discover it. Both civs make scrims kind of useless for killing men-at-arms. Fair enough. Yeah, I've seen him playing AoE 2 quite a bit. I've seen a bunch of random variety streamers also playing it. I don't know if Hera's doing some type of show match. And Deathwarg, thank you for the follow. It's so cozy. It is very cozy. Despite all of the boar laming, it is very cozy. Jerry watched and named some other games. Try AoE 2, good for our game. It is nice to see other people come and try it. So, simultaneous looms, 1 second of idle time, synchronized build orders for both these players. But if Wide clicks up, then he will be up much faster as the Malay. Couple of rhinos under the TC, so he should have enough food if he force drops. Let's see, yeah, just enough. 2 seconds of idle time. Miguel ever so slightly more efficient. Barracks for Miguel. Saw him on AoE 4. I think he played AoE 4 when it came out. I remember that's where I first saw him. Barracks for Miguel. And long distance mining the gold. No, he wants a mining camp. Directly adjacent to the gold. A bit awkward, but if you're going to leave 4 vills, 2 on each side, that's fine. Better for SimCity, pretty city building? Some of the walls that you can walk on, I I guess do make that pretty, and the 3D camera can be nice. But I feel like AoE 2 has a bigger, at least general basis of buildings that you can combine. If you go to the scenario editor and start doing artwork, I think AoE 2 is crazy. You gotta look at some of the old pretty town contests with bridges for staircases.
Chica.
I actually think AoE 3 DE and Asian mythology look far better than AoE 4. You really zoom in, they can be very pretty. Get used to doing a lot of little things. A little movable. So, militia forward for Miguel. And I'll have a few palisade walls up for wide. A scout here for Miguel will scout around the back as the militia come forward. And we'll have men-at-arms on the way for Miguel. Have a good SimCity, yeah. I feel like AoE 2 is better for SimCity for those, though, because there are more buildings in general. Like AOM like, throughout the entire game, when you add all the civs together, there's probably more stuff. But any individual civ has fewer options than AoE 2 does. It's kind of a weird thing to describe, but it's when you get to the Castle Age in AoE 2, you get the university, the workshop, the monastery, and the castle. You get, like, maybe 2 buildings instead of 4 in Age of Mythology. It's set up very differently. Anyway, on the water, still a fire galley fight. Scout kills a repair bill, and looks like Wide starting to win the water. Wide also pretty well walled against the men-at-arms. And not investing into his own men-at-arms, won't use that armor upgrade. Instead, he'll go for a range and defensive tower and archer defense. So with the tower, won't be able to sell stone to click up. But we'll keep the gold safe and be able to pump archers. And no music in game in AoE 2? There is music in AoE 2. And some people like it, some people don't. I've gotten to the point where I've listened to it so many times. I used to have it on while casting. Some people like it. But I feel that it gets a bit repetitive. But that's also... I got to the point where I learned that there's an hour 30 of music. And if I'm casting, I know that we've reached the hour 30 mark because I hear the tracks repeat. And also thank you, Tony Beeswax, for the follow. Clutching for Wide. It's the type of thing I think it's really nice if you're not familiar with watching AoE 2, you're a casual viewer, you come in and you hear the music. But if you're a very serious viewer, then hearing the music all the time I think gets repetitive. Favorite castle visuals? I'm still a fan of the original Teuton's castle. Men-at-arms still trying to break in, but nice walling from Wide. Keeping everything out. Clutching for Miguel, who lost the water, but the good way to lose the water is to leave only 1 fishing ship for your opponent, and that's a very low HP fishing ship. Wide can add more, but the fish are already taken, so it'll be far from the dock. And it won't really be a huge advantage from him having 1 water. And thank you, Jinky CZE, for the follow. Might even be a disadvantage. We've seen that so many times where the player wins water, but doesn't have a good fishing eco, and the investment into the fire galleys isn't worth it. Don't know why, but it's actually better to have no music when casting. And different people have different preferences. I figured I'd experiment with it often, I kind of prefer it. Archer dodges. And the men-at-arms will chase the archers away, chase them back to the TC. And then padded archer armor for Wide for the archers as they get back. And can camp the TC. Wide, perfectly safe at home. The tower is so clutch on the gold, it keeps the archers away. It means that he can go for this very small wall, has much of a smaller area to defend than if he had gone to the edge of the map. I feel that eventually I'd like to see him wall all the way to the corner to the edge, but for now, so far so good. I like the Catan castle. The original Teuton's castle will always be my favorite. That's my favorite castle. I think the Celt's castle is really, really well done, but I feel something about the proportions of it is ever so slightly off. It prevents it from being, like it's A tier, And I feel like it's so close to being S tier. Happened in Dogao's set. I love Dogao, and then I am sure you'll love to hear that he did win 3-0. So dock on fire from wide. So he'll try to add another dock on the edge. And the archers will pick off another man-at-arms. Yeah, I am in the creative preview. I have not had a chance to look at it yet. Arzak, you love John Slow. I'm sure we all love a good circus and a good clown and a good walled map. I've not looked at them yet, no. I need to look at them because I need to make the maps for the Brazil LAN, and I'm going to start that now that I have access to the DLC. But I've not looked at it yet. I'll have fresh eyes when I look at it. So there's a castle age for Miguel. Has an archery range. Double ranges for Miguel. Looks like it'll be Molly and crossbows.
Apa shasananya baginda, yasa kuka baginda. Apa shasananya baginda. Here.
So no one going for the south yet. Last game we saw Dogao dock the south, and he remembered that it existed. Let's see the scouting. You don't really need to scout it because it's always there. But why didn't really scout it? Miguel didn't bother scouting it. No one paying attention to the south. Saw it on Doubt's stream earlier. New civs don't look like AoE 2. Well, that's been true for a few DLCs now. I don't know if that architecturally wise, I guess they look okay, but in terms of like units and gameplay, they feel very different. And I'll see the new architecture. Maybe tonight, maybe over the weekend. So castle age for both players, just about the same time. These players have been pretty synchronized with their uptiming, but much better eco for wide, taking advantage of the Malay uptiming bonus to be up by 15 vils while still including fishing ships on the water. 7 of those are fishing ships. And long distance, but it's extra eco nevertheless. And now good fight for Miguel, having a slight numbers and hill advantage and jumping just as they get up. And he's going to win that. He's going to win that and force wide to go back. Oh, that was such a very slight difference in army, but he took a better engagement. Now crossbow bodkin are in. And oh, that is tough for wide to be pushed back. The armies were so equal. If he were patrolling or pulled back earlier, would have taken a much better fight. What a Titanic. You can see your Lanchester square law there. As soon as Miguel took a small advantage, he took a huge advantage. Do I have my own capture age now? Nope, this is just an image I have on top of capture age. If you saw, I've been editing some files recently. Just an image. You'll see the mouse cursor disappears behind the image. It's just, I wanted to get the map name displayed, I wanted player flags displayed, and I wanted to shorten the names and display the teams so that I didn't have to have disappearing text like Capture Age usually has for long names. So I still wanted to keep the clan tags without having them disappear. Still have to type stuff in manually, still more updates for me to do, but I'm happy with the results so far. So another crossbow fight that wide does not want to lose. And I think he'll be okay here. A bit of a hill for him to fall back to. Yeah, now wide, as I read the pun from YouTube, has a chance to widen his wall in the back. I gotcha, I got your pun. Has a chance to widen the wall and go all the way to the edge of the map. And now time to type your minus 7k emotes in, if you're a T90 sub. It's a minus 7k joke right there. And trying to dance with the crossbow is Miguel, dodging ballistics. Trying to do the old CBA trick of dodging ballistics, but as long as you right-click the crossbows in the back, you're fine. And wide on the hill, eventually falls down in numbers. KD's overall is still very close, but wide with a much better res collected stat. 2,500 more collected. Just got here and only heard half of that, but minus 7k. That's how you know a joke was good. The more viewers you lose, the better the joke. And crossbows pick off 2 more vills from Miguel. But staying on 1 TC, needs to make sure he keeps applying pressure. And that initial tower is still defending the gold wonderfully. Miguel will come forward with mangonels. Double mangonels. Workshop not forward, kind of far away. But still will be a good push. Both these civs are good monk civs. Everything available in the Castle Age to the Malay. To the Malians for Miguel. And then the Malay will miss only fervor, the movement speed for the monks in the Castle Age. And now, crossbow versus crossbow. Another fight where it feels Miguel's getting a slight advantage. And he'll move forward, try to mangonel some vills, somehow hit nothing. And he needs a repair vill for the mangonel, but once he gets that, he can push the watchtower. Thumbering on the way for wide. Maybe consideration of guard tower, but I get that. Yep, they get guard tower. Is in the cards for him. Splits to avoid the mangonels, but as he's splitting, he's taking more fire from the crossbows. And ultimately, still the KD's even. But it feels like Miguel's making the best of the fights he's taking. And mangonels. Now, 3 mangonels should be able to deal with a feudal watchtower. Or a Castle Age watchtower. No guard tower upgrade. And the repair vills. So with the repair vill, easy push onto the gold. But as we said at the start, the 2 neutral golds inside of Wide's base, and he very easily now, as he's expanded his eco, could wall to keep them safer and force Miguel to push in through the TC. The mangonels will attack the town center. How do you know that the red player does not use a 4:3 aspect ratio? His name tells us that. See, Lidicor here, he's like, oh, that pun that made sense in the flow of the game. No, that's not bad enough. I gotta come out with a 4:3 aspect ratio for widescreen. There we go. There we go. Lidicor does exist, yes. The snow of Ithaca has not consumed him yet. Oh no, Wide, don't go into the TC! You need to give yourself a wide berth when your TC's under fire. We'll get the repairs, though. That's not how you respond to chat jokes. I don't know, Lidicor has been missed. TC goes down. Oh yeah, Lidicor, are you gonna be at Red Bull? Have you figured that out yet? Negative Sag. Aw. What happened to Ashley? She is the one of the community managers for World's Edge. She's around. Doesn't stream anymore. But she's still around. So mangonel push still walled off from Wide. Miguel has destroyed a TC, but Wide's eco is still very far ahead. And still great for the Malay to have all this fishing eco and the ability to do fish traps later if they want to. Miguel has his flag. Yes, he does. Crossbow is avoided by the mangonel. And mangonel goes down, so Wide feels like he's defending this. Crossbow is killed by the mangonel. And crossbow is still kind of trading evenly. Miguel wants a forward workshop. He has a lot of pressure he has to apply, but he's doing a great job so far. Wide, around 5k more res collected. Miguel's starting to open up the KD. If he can break that TC and breach the houses, he's in a good spot. Vill's going down. TC destroyed. And how can he do against that mangonel? 3 mangonels on a hill. He should be able to get a good shot. Oh, actually, the mangonels are weak. Oh my gosh, he might lose all 3 of them. Oh, that's horrible if he loses all 3. Well, he'll have more on the way. Oh, the mangonel micro from wide. Mangonel micro from wide. Look at that. Finally goes down. But now his crossbows are killing everything. Oh, that was Miguel's hope. If he could keep the mangonels, maybe get all 5 of them together and push. But now Wide's pushing him back. And I think Wide's well on his way to victory. Do I know why the mangonel shot killed the Expos? Because it didn't go wide? I was waiting for the pun. Didn't go wide. So, TC. Backwood line. Miguel still with a ton of map control. Maybe could loop around and raid the back of Wide's farms. Still think he should have walled to the edge of the map at some point. Oh, look at that. Wide's got a few crossbows. They were wide out in the open. But get picked off by Miguel. A little surprised, but not surprising enough. And there we have the Imperial Age for Wide. What TC is that in? Oh, he built the TC all the way in the back, making sure he could go in. Yeah, only I have the power to ban Lidicor. The other mods don't. Ooh, mangonel sniped. Another TC for Wide. He wants to keep booming. And we'll have a great imp timing lead. I wonder if Miguel calls the GG when he sees imp and realizes how far behind he is. The scores are still really close, but I think that's part of it is the imp eco. Oh, crossbows. Not going to be in time to deny that TC, I don't think. That is a lot of vills building a TC. 20 vills. Miguel not calling it just yet. And he'll see the TC now. And there he'll call it. Well done from Wide, winning game number 1. Get my scoreboard and check the stats. So he had a good lead after taking the water. Castle Age times were pretty similar. Miguel took a lot of good fights with the crossbows, but never quite able to complete the pressure. And GG. See, I'm getting tagged everywhere. Alright, ooh, I saw some interesting Discord stuff. It's private, though. Alright, let me just update the overlay. We'll do a quick ad and then get for game number 2. Which should be, then, Northern Crossings, Miguel's home map. So, let's see. Leave that game from the game itself. And check this off. So that's a win on High Tides for Wide. And as far as civs go, that is a loss for the Malians and a win for the Malay. So if we go now for Northern Crossings, feels like Dravidians are a top civ for Miguel. Also has the option for Bengalis, but it feels like Dravidians for Northern Crossings and Romans for Monocle are the plan. And then for Wide, looks like Georgians for Monocle. Burgundians, though, for the his Monocle civ, but he picked Georgians first. Has Vikings for Northern Crossings or Georgians. Could try Georgians here. I feel like Burgundians, though, have to be the Monocle civ. Wait, is lead mod actually a thing? Is that like a Twitch thing, or is that just like a Ducks thing? Oh, it's a new Twitch thing. I don't even know if I have mods. I don't even... This chat doesn't need mods. Y'all are so lovely. You don't really need mods. I say that, and everyone's just gonna spam now, aren't you? Need mod can manage other mod. There are also editors. And the map is Northern Crossings. Here we go. Alright, so I think I have everything set up. Yes. Yeah. And so editor is a thing on Twitch, as we are talking about mods, that lets you, like, edit other people's videos. And thank you, Mango Bant, for the follow. Actually, I was looking through my Twitch settings one day. I was just, like, changing the mod settings and double-checking what they were. And you can have a list of all channels for which you're an editor. And randomly, I discovered I was an editor for Nilly's channel. I never knew that. So I messaged him, and I was like, hey, Nilly, do you know I can delete all your videos? And he was like, oh, I must have done that years ago. So, yeah, I'm a Nilly editor. We can threaten him with deleting all of his content if he makes the pathing even worse. So here we have Wide. He'll be to the west as the Red Vikings, and Miguel, he'll be to the east as the Blue Dravidians. Yeah, next time I play in a tournament and I blame the pathing on a loss, all of Nilly's content deleted. What if he deletes the path to the content? Oh, Ducks learning. I'll try to click the button, and then the button will run to the other side of the screen. So, Boar Lord from Wide, and cleanly under the TC. He did do the fancy skip one of the starting houses build orders on this map. You start with a hut. A hut gives you 5 pop space, and you have the hut because you start with a transport ship, and that ensures you're not housed right at the start of the map. Same thing for Miguel. Some players still do 2 houses out of habit. I've seen some players do a house and then chop the bushes and go for an instant dock. Could be interesting as the Persians, or maybe the Lithuanians. One of those civs with a really good Dark Age eco boost at the start. I mean, these 2 civs also save wood on the dock. So, and the Weiler, thank you for the follow. I guess Dravidians could go for a super early dock, like 1 house, a dock, and chop stragglers to try to get fishing ships out, because you get the 5 pop space from the dock. But it's kind of inefficient to chop stragglers instead of going to the lumber camp. So, great civ picks for this map. What will the Vikings want to do? Remember, this is the before the DLC patch. So, all of the thalassocracy, civs, hulks, meta that you had seen, throw that out the window and be ready to pull it back in next week. Because for now, the Vikings, they do get demos, but they do not get fires. They do have longboats for the Castle Age. The Dravidians get Therisidae in the Imperial Age. And with the back dock... Capture Age lagging for a second there. Miguel will scout Wide's back dock, and he'll go for a back dock himself. Usually back dock is for more of a Castle Age approach, or maybe because you want to back dock and then land to keep your fish safe. Yeah, Ducks will take all the notes in the chat. I don't think it's by Ducks. I know when we have meetups. Like, next time we do a Medieval Times, Ducks will be head mod IRL. He's a responsible person. So glad you learned not to learn water yet, so you don't have to relearn it after the 17th. You beat the first of Suryavarman on hard. Nice. Alright. So Northern Crossings, we're using the crossings. Miguel going forward with the Vil. Will Wide see it? Yes, he will. But will he pay attention to it? Oh no, Miguel, your scout was there. And Wide did pay attention. He'll see the Vil. He'll know it's there. And he's quite prepared too. Already. Walling in the back. Oh, another Ducks. Hello. Ducksbrunn. Hello. So both players up to feudal at the exact same time, and Miguel looking to go for a forward dock. So if you're any civ that's not the Vikings, why do you forward dock against the Vikings? Because the Vikings don't have fire galleys. And your hope with the forward dock will be you can get enough fire galleys into their fishing eco to disrupt them before they get galley numbers plus fletching to defend. Wide will do a second dock in the back, as Miguel adds the forward dock right around the western corner behind Wide's woodline. Beat a civ on hard, all map revealed. Oh, then it can't sneak. Nothing feels interesting. Everything is slow and normal. We need more King of the Desert then. So there is double bit axe for Miguel. And, ooh, Miguel fighting the scout. Awkward position, though, with this villager. This tile of rock terrain inside does make it hard to wall. Maybe what Miguel should have done is moved the dock one tile over. You can wall outside, but you need to have the Vil on a corner where the dock is on the inside, and then you can wall the back. So you need to be in the right spot, but you can't actually quick wall your Vils. So there is the galley, double galleys for Wide, Vikings discount for galleys. And he does not yet have fletching, but with only a single dock making fires, should be 2 rounds of galleys and then he can defend. Also let the fishing ship take a bit of HP. You can see the importance of fletching and how slowly that HP is going down. Doesn't AI know your position all the time anyway? No, it does not. No, it does not, actually. Read any interview with the original Ensemble devs. They were very proud of the fact that AI didn't know your position all the time. It can use cheat codes to determine how many units you have. So there are times it does make decisions based on stuff that is hidden to it. But if you, like, run your eco to the corner, it doesn't actually know it's there. Immortal AI. Well, other custom AIs might. I don't know what the status of those AIs are. Proponent of running eco to the corner. Just to hide from the AI. Well, speaking of running to the corner, here's Wide trying to keep his fishing ship safe. And oh! Miguel picking with the blue color so he blends it on the map. He did another dock. So he has 2 forward docks now. And here come more fire galleys. Alright, so he saw that first Vil getting picked off. He has walled himself completely to prevent counterattacks. And he got another dock to the top of Wide's island. Okay, Miguel with 2 sneaky docks. And again, playing fires against Vikings. Transport ship with a few archers for Wide. Miguel might even see that with his fire. He sees it with his own transport. He'll see it. And it goes forward. Should be fast enough that it's faster than the fire. Yeah, it's faster than the fire. But he's already walled and he's prepared for this. He's prepared for it. Every month they change water. It's just we had a beta in November that didn't become public yet. Ooh, that dock. That dock could be picked off by the archers. Wide doesn't see it. Now he sees it. Ooh, okay, that should be a dead Vil for Miguel. Archers don't have fletching, though. He's not walled anymore. Okay, he'll get the house up. That'll be a dead Vil. And he's found the fishing ships again. Oh, hello, Miguel. What are your fishing ships doing here? Oh, oh my gosh, Miguel was thinking of docking and moving the fishing ships to the front because he's taking all the fish in the corner, but that plan will not work out now. He was like, oh, I'll be sneaky, I'll hide my fish in the front, but now the passing fishing ships of Wide have seen him. And it's time for him to sail his fishing ships all around. So Wide was like, okay, I can't fight your fires at home. I'll sail forward to destroy your fishing ship. Yeah, your fishing ship's in the rear. Miguel wanted to put them at the front, and now he has to run again. Still streaming, yes, Baron. We had a minor accident of casting the same set twice, but that was our base's fault. So Castle Age for Wide, he's the first one up. Miguel's selling at the market. Didn't sell the stone, so he's a bit short on gold. Archers won't get in, though, and he has a second wood line that's perfect in the back. And this dock looks like it'll go down. And yes, it will. Spear comes out to poke a scout. And, ooh, goodbye scout. Miguel not microing. This house kind of low on HP, as is that palisade. If Miguel's not careful, this army might break in. Doesn't have a range of his own. As a forward house, could think about doing forward buildings if he wants to pressure Wide in the Castle Age. Would be tough with Wide being a minute faster. And Dima El Bandolero, thank you for the follow. Archers and Scout trying to push the wall. We'll have a house for Miguel. And Math Debater, thank you for the follow. We do like math here. And Castle for Wide. So how does he follow this up? Does he do crossbow and bodkin? Does he do TCs and boom? He does TCs and he will boom. And Vikings Eco, free wheelbarrow and handcart for boom. Even without fishing, that'll be nice. His fishing ships are there in the corner, hidden in the corner. And galleys for Wide. They're looping back around, trying to snipe off as many of Miguel's fishing ships as he can. And he'll take a great fight here, even with those fires. And gets off another fishing ship, maybe one more. Okay, he sails away. No docks left for Wide to do a war galley, but he will take a lead in the boom. Miguel trying to do a TC in the back. Miguel feels like he has more water control now. But at any point, Wide as the Vikings could add in longboats. Try to take water with longboats. And 3 TCs also for Miguel. And you have to remember these 4 fishing ships are idle. And lots of fishing still for Miguel around the map. And pretty close to the docks. As Javidians, though, even if it's far away, he will carry more. 30 carry capacity for their fish instead of 15. And archers for Wide will annoy Miguel behind his wood line. Miguel will have to bring a few skirms over. But I think Wide is in a decent position with the Vil lead he's opened up. 49 to 39 actual Vils, ignoring the fishing ships. And the islands are so large, I think whenever he wants, he can redock and go longboats. I'll pick up a couple of relics with the monastery. Maybe even if he gets a couple of monks, can shoo the fire ships away from the shoreline to redock. And Nick Fick, thank you for the follow. Yeah, okay, and there are the back docks. Does Miguel see this? No, he does not scout the back docks with that fire. And yeah, this will be longboats. We will need to see clutching, bodkin, and even ballistics. But time for longboats now from Wide. Is he comfortable? He can do that while also booming. 3 Vils on stone for Miguel. Part of me thinks transport ship castle drop right on Wide's face could be a play. Especially if he's going to invest into longboats, he won't have the land presence to stop that. He's on stone himself, so if he sees a castle drop, could always counter castle too. Fletching for Wide. And there begins the longboat production. So how do longboats do if we get to Imp? How do they do against Thericidai? I don't know if I've ever seen that. Part of me thinks the Thericidai should win, but I'm not sure about it. Crossbows pick off a Vil. The monk. Oh, the monk can't fit between the Vils and the mining camp. Oh, he's getting stuck. Monk, keep going, keep going. Oh, okay, he's safe. He's safe. Crossbows don't pick him up. And there's Bodkin for Wide. Score is still really close. But Wide retaking the water now with longboats, destroys a fire. And Miguel has to be careful of his fishing eco now. He went up to 14 fishing ships. And at least 6 of them now have to run. And the fire will fend off the longboats for just a moment. At least let the fishing ships make their getaway. But a horse collar for Miguel, who recognizes, I really need to get some farms going now that the longboats are on the water. And some crossbows in the back. Mangonel for Wide, trying to defend against them. They'll pick off Vils, or at least harass the woodline for a while. And longboats saying, oh, hello, War Galley. Goodbye, War Galley. Because they completely missed that villager. Walking slowly away from them. A force to be reckoned with in DE. As the Mangonel misses against the crossbows. And doesn't miss now. Now they're splattered. They should buy a lotto ticket? Nah, in DE, that's, I think, standard. I think that Vil was doing as you expect in DE. But, alright, this is where I want to see Miguel go for a castle landing. That'll be the defensive castle from Wide. Great spot from him in the front of his eco. A couple of houses in the back get deleted. And that'll be ballistics now for Wide. Some farms going up. The castle will destroy the fire ships. Down they go. Ooh, demo destroyed by longboats. Destroyed by longboats. And longboats, can they take this fight? Underneath his own docks, I think Wide certainly can take this fight and should win it. No ballistics in yet for Miguel. And just needs to be in the right spot. Ballistics is in for the longboats now. And fire is going down. Longboats commit forward. Galleys have to dodge a bit and escape. No such thing as luck. It's all determined by doubt. Maybe that's true. So Imperial Age for Wide. Miguel still with the score lead, does handcart now. Of course, the Vikings have had that for a long time. Longboats they do feel satisfying. And now we get to Imp, where I think that question, Thericidai versus Longboat, might be one we need to answer. Will Miguel be able to click Imp anytime soon? Wide certainly has more res collected. And ooh, nice pick with War Galleys against the Longboats. Gets to the back of the docks. The longboats, Wide certainly can fight this. Part of me feels that against war galleys, even going pure galley as the Vikings can even be better than longboat with how big of a discount you have. Longboats are more of a multi-ship galley fire counter. And I still have no idea how they do against the Thericidai. Maybe all the projectiles mean they'll do okay. Some angry mosquito flotilla. And Grape versus buildings. Still, you don't want to fight near castles with them. So there's Imp for wide. He has gold shaft mining on the way, and he immediately will want to do bracer and chemistry. Can think about elite longboat. No shipwright for the Vikings. Shipwright is available for the Dravidians. And okay, as I was looking at the tech tree, that is a massacre of vills on the gold. They are destroyed by those war galleys. And Miguel also going for a castle in the middle. He's up to Imp himself, docking the middle. And, well, neither civ really a land civ for cav raids. Viking and Dravidian light cav both are sad in different ways. Dravidians at least have husbandry now. They have wood steel, so they're maybe better. Both miss armor and bloodlines. Viking is, oh gosh, Viking and light cav even worse than Dravidian light cav. But both infantry civs, where a Rumi swordsman I feel should be the best unit overall. But wood steel champions versus extra HP champions, or berserks, possibilities for the Vikings. Dravidians will have better skirms. So a few docks in the south from Miguel are stopped by wide. Longboats still try to pick them off. And I'll have a castle now in the north from wide. Ibex getting on the foundation, has to hop off. And chemistry on the way for wide. Chemistry on the way. And we have elite longboat. Look at them stack. Look at that. Oh, great patrolling from wide. We need a demo here. We need a demo. I don't know. Do they win that fight even? I think that's enough. They're outnumbered. The galleon from Miguel will win that fight. And this is... Let's see. No shipwright yet. Shipwright's so important for the build time too, not just the wood discount. Still casting after a long day, just because we had an extra cast duplicated. That's fine. We boating? We are boating. We are long boating. Maybe not for longboat. These longboats feel like they're losing the fight. Oh, it's equal numbers. Maybe they win that now. Miguel, I think, pulled some ships to the middle. So Treb's on the middle island along with a watchtower for Miguel. Wide still with a nice score lead. Getting castles up to defend the mainland. I still have no idea if Thericidai are useful here. Maybe T90 knows. Maybe T90's seen elite longboat versus Thericidai at some point before. I don't think I've seen this. Usually maps with these civs are over before we get to this point. Like Vikings turning into a land civ? Well, extra docks added for wide. He wants to keep going on longboats. And seems like he's winning so far with the longboats. Scores are really close. Oh, he's not patrolling the longboats, though. That is not a winning move. So Miguel holds the middle of the map. Think you have shipwright galleons are better? I think so, too. But, let's see. Shipwright not clicked there from Miguel. Yeah, oh, there he goes. Clicking it right now. And Vikings also their galleons. Their 20% discount is exactly the same as shipwright, but they don't get the build speed from galleons. So pure galleon versus galleon, I think the Dravidians win. I think galleons even just themselves better than elite longboats, ever so slightly, when you get shipwright. This still is the boring ship, though, from Miguel. I really want to see the Therisidae from him. I mean, the longboats certainly can patrol stack better. And you're very much allowed to patrol stack for ranged units. They are very grouped up. Oh, look at that group. How can you even tell how many are there? 21 to 9. And the advantage for Wide is he can select his longboats and see how many there are. Miguel, good luck counting that. Oh my gosh, this is like a turret standing in one place, turning and shooting. And oh, something's happening on land. Oh, transport ship landing. We have a landing. We have a trebuchet landing. Look at the longboats. They're so majestic. I didn't even notice this. Trebuchet is destroying the castles. One castle down. Wide desperately repairing. There's one guard tower. With a guard tower, the Vils can't rush the Trebs? I think Miguel lost a few units. The longboats feel like they're securing the water, but at the same time, great Treb push. Here comes one ram. The Trebs won't get the castle. And the Trebs have to fall back to the transport. They'll be oh, what is that pathing? What is that pathing? Treb, can you find the transport? Yes. From convex hull computed weirdly there. As a castle destroys a galleon. Repair the ram with what Vils? Oh, with these Vils, maybe. The ones that were repairing the castle. All far away. Watching water fights is like staring into a campfire. You just lose yourself in it, and suddenly your dinner is cold. That's what the longboats feel like. Oh, wait, we have a couple of outposts. Sneak lumber camp. Longboats going around the back. So it feels like Wide is taking the water somehow. That's a lot of longboats. Also, the galleon production for Miguel continuing. With the castle there, it'll be awkward wherever Wide tries to take the fight. So, 52 longboats in total, and he's trying to dodge a bit in the fight. I think they should be stronger in this situation. This is where if you could ever land a heavy demo hit, it would be so satisfying. Oh, hello, University. You will be destroyed by the longboats. Yeah, they are pretty good against buildings. Someone said that earlier. You could start docking the inside. Ooh, we have Elite Cannon Galleon. Elite Cannon Galleon for Wide, as he will want to take the middle. Dry dock from Miguel. Well, in these narrow choke points, maybe the longboats will be better simply because of how stacked up they can get, and it'll be hard to get all of your galleons fighting at the same time. Very different fighting here than it would be on open water. And now, siege engineers, that affects the cannon galleons now. That'll help them take out the castle in the middle. Now, if Wide can destroy that and dislodge Miguel from all that golden stone, it'll be much easier for him to position his own longboats to take these fights without castle fire. And where are those Vils going? Hello, to build a guard tower. To build a guard tower on the shoreline. Galleons attacking the tower. Take it down, so that won't go up in time. And now maybe some dodgeball for cannon galleons to take out Trebs. They do not want to get one shot by Trebs, but they can destroy the Trebs with their very slow projectiles, and the Trebs have to pack and run, but that Treb that's already unpacked should be destroyed. Down it goes. And cannon galleons also help destroy the ships there. With a bit of splash damage they do now. More useful than they were in those large fights. I'm still hoping for Therisidae from Miguel. I don't even, does Miguel know that ship exists? I have no idea how good they'd be. Maybe they get wrecked by longboats and I don't know it. I've never seen that matchup. Gaming now? Well, Tower Rush. Guard towers from Miguel, and Miguel is playing this now for wood control. He's playing this for map control, trying to do towers in the middle for the gold and the stone, and taking the wood, pushing into Wide's base. Wide running out of gold at home soon. He actually only has a couple of tiles of gold left. Wide will try to push himself. The castle in the middle goes down, and this castle may be a bit tricky for Miguel. Tricky to avoid taking fights by, and he'll lose a castle to the cannon galleons and Trebs. But on the water, he has 48 galleons to 53 longboats, 50 galleons, pumping more galleons. And the cannon galleons, how effective are they? They're kind of effective. They hit a ship that was already going down, though. Miguel trying to push. And at the same time, at the north, he keeps chopping the wood on the opposite island, playing for resource control. Down by 3k score. And 26 longboats to 29 galleons. I think Miguel is winning this fight. Reinforcements have to sail a bit longer. The longboats are in the back, not being used. There are a bunch of longboats over in the corner for Wide, doing nothing. He needs them in this fight. Miguel keeps pumping all the galleons he can here. The pops staying pretty similar. Vil distracting a galleon. And Miguel, 14 galleons down to 22 longboats. The reinforcements arrived. Wide still needs to bring up all of his reinforcements. He's completely forgotten about these longboats. They could be raiding the gold. They could be joining the fight. He had 21 here. Impossible to see the numbers. Oh wait, we have heavy demo from Miguel. I remember a T90 community game when the Chinese used to have extra HP on their demos, where he went full demo. If he can lure the longboats under the docks and hit them with demos, that would be crazy with how stacked they are. Trebuchets down there on the marsh. Okay, how close are they to the docks? How close are they to the docks? There's a galleon. There's a heavy demo. Dude behind the galleon. Just needs to lure the longboats a bit closer. I think Wide will be prepared for this, though, if he sees the flags on the docks. The question is, will he be able actually to right-click the demos in all this chaos? Good demo hits would change everything. Oh, he's going around. He's going around the back. He's going around the back. Oh, if he sends some demos around the back and some demos from the front and gets all the longboats to group. See that demo hiding? Okay, one from the rear. He needs more than that, though. Longboats will snipe them off if there's only one. Oh, he dodges? He dodges? Almost. Almost. This is now a game of dodgeball for demo ships. Now, still controlling the wood, though. Wide has a great stack, though. He has 3k wood in the bank, but 0 gold. Wide is now completely out of gold. And how is he on relics? 2-2 relics. Wide has no gold. Wide is out of gold, so the longboat production will only be from selling wood at the market. He's making a play to land the middle, and just in time as he's out of gold. So blue winning on land. The Vil's trying to run. Wide could be out of choppable wood. Miguel's still controlling all the wood on his island. Miguel still has stone he could mine if he wants to. And that'll be important for the middle. So, 78 longboats. These are such painful games to lose. I mean, if he hits a good demo, he still has a chance. Longboats getting closer to the docks. But they're taking out the docks. They're pretty quick at destroying the docks. And he focuses the demo like he needs to. Oh yeah, the cannon galleon's doing so much work here too. And it's a 6k score difference now. Miguel's done everything he could. But my question still lingers about Thericidae rather than galleons. Maybe the water, maybe they're bigger and the water isn't going to support all of them fighting at once. Maybe longboats shoot so many projectiles that they shred them. I have no idea. Yeah, they can't stack. But still some skirms raiding on land, and Wide, no more resources on land, but Miguel will call the GG as he can't quite hold the middle. Yeah, maybe Miguel could have done the same thing with cannon galleons. It's rougher because he doesn't have siege engineers, while the Vikings do. But that could have been in play for elite cannon galleon in the back. Siege engineers is just one range, and they're in the back shooting anyway. Maybe that helps against the stacked up longboats. When Dromans first came out, I tested them against stacked longboats, and they seemed really strong. Maybe cannon galleons could do something similar. At least maybe then force them to try to dodge. That's, I think, maybe the thing that stands out to me Miguel could have done differently. Maybe give Wide a second win, though. And he'll have his home map, as he will go for a sweep in the next game. Let's just see the stats. 388 to 273 KD. Longboats were crazy. The ESO hypothesis that shipwright with galleons would be better was very wrong. At least for the settings on this map, where they're able to stack. And yeah, Miguel, even with 3k more wood, can't get the win. Dang. A couple of cannon galleons would punish the patrol stack. It would. I'd like to see that. I'd like to see that. We'll need to keep that in the back of our mind if we see the Civ matchup again. Let's see, where was I pinged? So many Discord pings. And thank you, Burgers Snake, for the follow. And Dompa93, Acidus, thank you for the follows. Thank you so much. So Miguel loses Northern Crossings. And for Civs, that'll be Dravidians losing to the Vikings. Vikings very low in the draft. Dravidians his first pick. But this has to be Romans against Georgians or Burgundians for Monocle now. And let me set this up so yep. Romans, Burgundians on Monocle. Alright, and here we are. Final game of the day. We'll have Miguel as the blue Romans to the west, and white as the red Burgundians to the east, and I completely forgot to add their elos. Oh well. The die would only take 1 damage per arrow if you're mathing correctly. Are you accounting for all of the secondary, like, ship and different bonus damages in addition to the Pierce armor? Those matter a lot. And it's not just a straight damage calculation. I don't know the stats, though. All I remember is in the past, the stats that are displayed for ships are complete lies. It's all about the hidden bonuses. And fires did 3 lines of damage. They did pierce, melee, and ship damage. And then the secondary arrows of the longboats can have their own stats. Anyway, away from large water and hello to very small ponds of shorefish for Monocle. Romans, Burgundians, a Civ matchup that I think will be very common here. Romans will try to use their double armored men-at-arms. The Burgundians will go Flemish militia. And then the decisions become, where do you tower? How quickly do you tower? Do you try to drush, or do you simply go men-at-arms? Do you use your barracks as your second Dark Age building, or do you use your mill? Do you long-distance mine some gold, or do you do an immediate mining camp? And then, do you make a swap for archers and or skirmishers? Do you maybe make a late scout swap if you see a lot of skirms? Do you just go double, triple barracks, men-at-arms, or Flemish militia? A few different ways this can play out, but I think we're pretty safe to see men-at-arms versus Flemish militia as an opening. So the new Civ's larger mill replacement buildings fit on Monocle? That is a wonderful question that I had not considered. There will be places for it, but there will be fewer places for it. That is a brilliant question, and I will test that out in the next couple of days as I test out the DLC. I'm in the creator preview so I can make sure the maps work. And if it doesn't work, well, I guess the answer is don't pick them on this map. I guess the same question would exist for the poles in the Folvark, and I hadn't thought about that before, but you're right. Yeah, there would be significantly fewer spots for Folvark placement. We do, as I explained earlier, we did want to prevent 4x4 placements, and that's what this rock is doing, preventing TCs. Because there were occasional spots where players could fit a TC, and the other player couldn't, and we thought that was a bit unfair. And we didn't want castle drops. But you can have spots for 3x3 buildings. They're pretty consistent, but I think a bit rarer. Romans are the worst civ in the game. Well, in terms of price per civ, they are least valuable. Monocle's been fun to watch. The games can be short, though. Or at least the ones They can be short, or they can be long. I think that's true for a lot of TTL maps. Which is great, because there are a variety of ways to play them. Hopefully, though, players discover the short way to play Valley at some point. And they stop booming. Well, they kind of have to go head-to-head with men-at-arms, otherwise they wouldn't be useful. So yeah, there's Miguel with a bit of a long-distance gold mine. The goals are close enough to the TC, you can do this pretty consistently, and that'll let you pump out your early drush or men-at-arms. And there is the barracks for Wide. Since he's going for the militia, he can afford to do that a bit later. He's not going to be making militia on the way up to the next stage. Said I took 7 damage for Salvo. Okay. Interesting, interesting. I think the stacking still is the key to the fight, though. And I don't think Thericidai... I mean, maybe they could. I mean, it's so easy to stack things in the current patch. Maybe Thericidai could stack. And if you're stacking them, they'd probably beat the longboats. Play map with all the fish. Yeah, it completely changes the way you set up your eco when you're trying to fish instead of going for farms. You don't have as much of a commitment to wood when you can just put the vills on food. And very small walls from Wide. His barracks is kind of towards the front. Barracks towards the back from Miguel. And I've seen this a lot from players on the map, putting the barracks to the back, where it's easier to get reinforcements towards the fish. So both players up at the same time. And Miguel, ooh, downhill, losing the HP advantage he had. Not paying attention in the scout fight as he clicks the man-at-arms upgrade and loses his scout. Gets one final hit, but loses the scout. And that'll be man-at-arms against the militia. And difference between Empire Wars and random map, since you don't start with the barrack, or you don't start with the blacksmith, so you can't instantly click the armor. Armor is much more of an investment here, where you have to spend the wood on the blacksmith, and then research it. When you don't have farms, I guess the blacksmith doesn't hurt as much. You see instant tower going up as Wide wants a second mill. Should get the tower up in time before the men-at-arms get in. Wide scout will find the vills on the mill. Men-at-arms thinking of fighting vills under the base of the tower. Miguel gets it. Oh my gosh, Wide garrison the vills. Ooh, those men-at-arms did quite some damage there. GG from losing the scout. No, Miguel's not that type of player. Okay, Miguel's not going to GG that quickly. I have faith in Miguel. It's two very good games, right? This is 2-0, but it's still a close 2-0. So low HP Vil for Miguel as the militia are pushed back. And we'll have a tower up for Miguel on some shorefish. Choosing the right civ for a map is a skill of its own. Drafting civs properly definitely is a skill these days. Sorry, just double checking some OBS settings. They need a mill that shoots arrows. Let's not give them more ideas. Oh, dancing cactus. Don't scare me like that. I can't. We would see instant forward mills on your opponent's berries shooting villagers. This map has an issue. What is the issue? Can't place settlements up there. They, like we said at the start, occasionally they'll have spaces for them, just like the poles in the Folvarki. Just like poles in Folvarki. If it's a problem, they just won't play the civs on this map. So fletching for Wide. Yeah, Malay can't build harbor docks on bypass. It's fine. So more mills for Miguel, as the low HP militia is still wandering around the top for wide looking for kills. Only 1-0 Vil kills so far. Maybe that changes if the militia get in on these villagers here. They're low HP, so the Vils could consider fighting. Militia get a poke, a fourth Vil comes over. Miguel notices, snipes off the weak militia, will run the weak Vil, and very nicely done. Great micro on the Vils, sends a man-at-arms over to guard them. One man-at-arms chased by Wide as Wide goes for a double range archer transition. And the real Captain Kirk, thank you for the follow. Middle for Wide is... keeps pumping archers. No range transition for Miguel. He's doubling down on the barracks. See, double barracks. See, you can fit a 3x3 thing up here. It's fine, it's fine. And we'll have forging for Miguel. What would maybe matter if we were going random civ, and we needed to make sure all the civs were perfectly viable, but with the civ draft, I think it's fine. Can doesn't mean you should. Yeah, you could not surround a full arc with farbs up there. So double bit axe. No double bit axe for Miguel, no. No eco upgrades for him. And men-at-arms will attack the tower. And the archers around the outside will run forward under this tower as they take some shots. Archer hit. Can you fit? You definitely cannot fit a wonder up there. No Fittorias either. This is going to be a good attack from wide. Miguel doesn't have a tower near this initial mill. And finally some Vils killed, 2 Vils down. And he'll have to run all the way to his next tower. Getting a couple of towers up for him. His stone's pretty far to the back if he wants to run out towards it, though. Didn't manage to find one when he looped around the nearby outside. Did find one over there. And he's got 3 stones in his corner, but they're all just kind of slightly awkward to scout. He's still forward with men-at-arms. That's a lot of men-at-arms. Archers... insane numbers of archers, too, for wide. Miguel's trying to do fletching, but I don't think this is the timing for fletching. Men-at-arms, they're fully upgraded, but that is too many archers for the men-at-arms to deal with. That's the struggle of going full men-at-arms. You run into someone who's able to do an archer swap. And do we have a range for Miguel? Yes, we do, and it will be skirmishers for him. Skirmishers trying to stop the archers, but that's 21 archers, as Wide has pulled off this switch perfectly, going from the militia into archers. Is this live? Nope, these were played earlier today at the same time as Platinum, just casting them now. Trying to make sure we get everything covered. So skirms chase the archers. Archers could garrison in outposts. Then players would build more outposts, and they'd hide archers in them, and you would never kill the archers. So skirms catching the archers here. Nice catch from Miguel. Wide just ran right through the skirms. You might even get away. Doesn't even have armor on the archers. He's just running. And Castle Age clicked for wide. Miguel will be a good distance away. He could maybe sell wood and go up, but he just bought food. And we'll have a lumber camp for wide on that wood line in the back. Outposts to create villagers. Maybe outposts could do Flemish militia instead of barracks. Who knows, that might even be balanced because they cost stone. Probably too little stone for early game, though. You get like 3 outpost forwards. Archer looking for the bird in the northern corner. Nah, it's always in the western corner. So Miguel, there he goes. Uses the market to go up. Adds in a second range. And will be double barracks, double range. Feels like this has to be elite skirm. So elite skirm should counter the early archers. And at least mean wide can't do too much early pressure. They're both on 42 vills. Res collected are still very similar. And with the men-at-arms to turn into longswords, he should be able to apply some really good pressure to wide. Skirm is a bit of a risk to separate them from the men-at-arms. Here Miguel can keep destroying houses. No arson for the Romans, so has to be careful that they don't go through houses as fast as other civs. But once he's up to do longsword, should be good enough to destroy buildings. Both ranges at the front actually kind of vulnerable to the longswords. Crossbows will have to find a place for wide so that he can do damage among all the towers. And also the very likely elite skirm that we'll see from Miguel. Where are the skirms right now? They're kind of spread out. One group is forward, and then there have to be more at home. He's going to need skirms to deal with those crossbows sooner rather than later. Bodkin, elite skirm, and we'll have a second TC on the outside for wide, as he's still trying to deal with this army in the middle. Ready to pick off vills. And the men-at-arms will go for the tower. No longsword upgrade yet. Focusing elite skirm. Elite skirm bodkin. And it feels like wide can't quite take the fight against that forward army, but still can raid with crossbows. Picks off another vill. Only 5-2 vill KD for how crazy this game's been. And another vill goes down. This tower destroyed by men-at-arms. Longsword is on the way from Miguel. Down by 5 vills, but he'll have longsword. And maybe the second TC is a big investment for wide, who will likely lose another tower, and then doesn't have an immediate counter to the skirms on top of this hill. He'll have to do his own tower. He's desperately mining stone. Could think about Castilier as the Burgundians. That tower should let him mine it properly. And these crossbows still around the back of Miguel's base. And wide wanting to do another TC. Longswords destroy the tower. Could be, maybe if there's enough longswords, you could go for the TC. But the crossbows here, Miguel not noticing the raid. And that'll be another few dead vills there. Skirm's got the second armor. They'll be annoying even with the tower. Maybe, but another TC for wide. Yeah, with that many longswords. How many longswords do you need to counter Castilier? I think you do need quite a few Castilier. And leather archer armor now for the skirms from Miguel, and he does have a lot of longswords. Hasn't done the second armor for them yet, but still only his blacksmith upgrades if he's thinking about pushing a TC. Panda, hello Panda, how you doing? Hope you're having a lovely day, Panda. Leather archer armor from Miguel. Going for houses could be annoying. That's another reason he needs the castle, for housing space. And a couple of defensive houses for wide, making sure that the skirms can't sit between the two TCs and be annoying. Almost finished the gold at his home TC. We'll have to find something to do with those vills, and maybe running them to the back eco is difficult. Defensive workshop for a mangonel. We're still looking for blacksmith upgrades to come in for the longswords. Destroying houses does feel a bit like wasting time, but at least it's better than nothing. There's the mangonel. Will it hit the skirms? Yes, it will! Oh, he dodges back into the shot. Goodbye, skirms. Oh, there goes the defense against the crossbows. Perfectly done from wide. Miguel took a risk. He took a big risk going in against the workshop. Would have needed the longswords maybe spread out more to catch the mangonel, but... he still has 12 skirms. Where are they? Well, 12 skirms. He needs to deal with those crossbows in the back of his base. He's lost 11 vills so far. That army has been annoying. making it hard for him to expand to wood on the inside, even finally doing double bit axe as he puts another TC in the middle, but I think that's a bit too late. He's down by 15 vils. Got a fracture on your hand. Oh, I am sorry to hear that. It's not broken or needing a cast. Well, at least it's not as bad as it could be. I've been lucky that I've never fractured anything or had any bone injury. At least that I know of. Who knows? Now that I'm old, I don't know what's going on with my knee. I can cast it for you. Oh, there we go. That's dad joke of the stream right there. I can cast it for you. Can we see the value destroyed by it? Nope, I think that's a paywalled feature. Yeah, plus 7k for that joke. That is beautiful. Alright, longswords trying to chase the crossbows. With some skirms. The crossbow's kind of going down. If you're thinking the longbows aren't useful, then keeping them to kill the crossbows is nice, but now the Custilier come out, and Skirm versus Custilier is not a matchup the Skirms want to fight. And now, how do you deal with this? How do you deal with this if you're a Miguel? Wide keeps pumping more Custilier. You're down 20 vils. Just now trying to do your third TC. But it'll be against now a fourth TC from Wide, and you've seen that Wide has had the TCs for a long time. You know that eco can't be good. In fact, it's a 3,000 eco difference. You're still trying to pump longswords. Romans save, let's see, they do get Halb and Imp. But gunpowder for the Burgundians, hand cannoneer plus bombard cannon with extra attack feels pretty good against most of what the Romans can do. And whatever they go, Custilier, Halb, Paladin should be able to deal with Roman Cavaliers. And this cleanup here of all of the army, Custilier now can destroy the tower. Or the Mangonel, or whatever Wide wants to do. He now has the freedom to raid wherever he wants. Miguel at least will get the TC up. Oh, Mangonel's at the front too, hit by the Custilier, and he keeps it alive with some repairs. Let's keep the Mangonel alive. An overwhelming eco advantage. Yep, and that's what they do not have right here. Mill up for Wide. Crossbows hitting and killing Vils.
Salve.
Bonjour.
And the Mangonels go for the TC. They'll sit by the Mangonels. Got lost in all of Wide's bases, and for another 3 to 4 minutes did nothing when the game passed him. Well, that's the thing about this map. As wide open as it is, I think it is pretty hard to hit eco when it's in the back down here. As much as you have the hill advantage, too, when you're trying to hit it, it's just so far away from your base. Oh, Mangonels! Look at the Custilier dodge. Maybe he could have massacred them with 1 Mangonel shot, but that would have been his last chance. Now, 3 Mangonels will go down, 1 conversion, but that's not going to be enough. And there is the GG from Miguel, as Wide will win 3-0. So congrats there to Wide. I didn't know what to expect from Miguel going in, but Wide takes a great set. 3 pretty competitive games, too. Not like that was an easy 3-0 for him, either. Miguel put up a fight. So, 79-46 KD. Better res collected. Better castle time. And I don't know what to think about that map. Burgundians' Flemish Militia might be the best civ. I don't know how to think about them versus Romans, but should be one of the most common matchups we'll see. Wide clearly has a home map and knew how to play it. Pick Burgundians himself over Romans. Remember, it's Miguel picks first, then 2 picks for Wide. And not sure what he was thinking about with Georgians. in that map pool. I agree with him on his 3 Civ choices, though. I think the 3 Civs he took were all better suited for their maps than Georgians were. So I'm surprised to see Georgians with that first pick. Armenian, yeah, Armenians longswords, right? Maybe Armenians up there, even better than Romans. Well, that's the thing, they're global banned, so you might not deny something because you want to pick it yourself. But after a few Gold League sets, one where we forget that we accidentally casted something twice. Hold on, let me open this link in Firefox so you don't get inundated with Wikipedia ads. There we go. Alright, we'll take a quick look at the standings to end everything tonight. Where do things stand in gold? T90 was asking who stood out to me in gold so far. I think Margugu and Sorokuma, both standing out. Margugu is someone who hadn't played in a while and is now 7-2. And Sorokuma, he did lose one set to Capoch. But this group looking pretty interesting with Sorokuma, Doubt, and Capoch in the top 3. Doubt, of course, has a few sets left against Capoch, Sobek, and then Sorokuma to decide placement there. Still undefeated, but only played 2 sets. Prismo pulling ahead in Group A, 4-0 so far, 9-3 record. Very dominant. Behind him, Wide now, moving into spot number 2. Wait, why did these recs say they were Group D? That is a complete lie. I must have looked at the wrong thing. They're Group A this whole time. Where's R? Can I blame rbase for this? Hold on. Is this my eyesight reading an A where it was actually a D? Oh my gosh, rbase, the Discord says Group D. Hold on. Or maybe message rbase. This is Group A. Blame rbase seems to be a trend. This is his post. This is actually Arbase's fault. Blame Arbase for the wrong group number throughout this set. Also, I did see a resolution where Cosfa won 2-1 over Classic Pro, so I don't know what happened in that final game on Coast Arena. But anyway, that'll be it for us tonight. Thank you all for watching. We'll go raid someone. What is the schedule for tomorrow? We'll see. I might start casting early at 12 GMT. Sorokuma versus Z40, and at 13 GMT, we'll have Capoch versus Doubt at 14 GMT, Classic Pro versus Daniel, and then Platinum the rest of the day. What is that in real time? 7 a.m., Baron. So, should I wake up at 7 a.m. and cast them when they kind of overlap, or should I just cast them after Platinum? I can cast them before Platinum or after Platinum? Maybe I cast them live. We'll see. We'll see. I gotta go eat something and sleep then. Anyway, thank you all for watching. I'll go raid someone on Twitch. I don't want to wake up that early. I don't know if I do. Anyway, see you later, YouTube.